Boa tarde. Good afternoon. Welcome to the second International Seminar on Trauma and Extrication of ANSD. To welcome you, President Luís Figueiredo has the floor.
Good afternoon, and welcome to our seminar. I will do a brief presentation of the whys and the whats that bring us to this moment. So, as the teams, ANSD also likes to be challenged and also likes to be put under pressure. So, ANSD team came up with the idea of why not bringing the best practice not only to the challenge, but to a seminar, to somewhere we can sit down, have a little chat, and learn from the best. So if someone challenges, we challenge other. So we challenge each and every speaker that came up to us, our friends, our colleagues, to share a little bit of their knowledge. And first of all, I have to thank you for being here. Those who are in presence, those who are online, you exceeded immensely the expectations. We were not expecting so many people, but it's good. It's a pleasure to have you here. It's a pleasure to have you trust in the ANSD work and all the people, the friends that will be here with us this afternoon. So welcome, enjoy, and once again, let yourself be challenged. Thank you.
So I will pass the word to the Consular of Angra do Heroísmo, Fátima Amorim.
Boa tarde. Peço-vos para falar em português, porque pensava que o discurso seria feito em português, que havia tradução. É com grande satisfação que o município de Angra do Heroísmo dá as boas-vindas a todos os participantes, profissionais, especialistas e convidados que se juntam neste Seminário Internacional de Trauma e Desencarceramento. Um cumprimento especial a todos aqueles que se deslocaram à Ilha Terceira para participar neste seminário e no Campeonato Mundial. É uma honra receber-os nesta cidade património mundial. É uma honra para nós acolher um evento tão importante que representa não apenas uma oportunidade de aprendizagem e partilha, mas também um marco no fortalecimento do conhecimento e na cooperação internacional nesta área essencial para a segurança e o bem-estar das comunidades. Gostaria de felicitar a Associação Humanitária de Bombeiros Voluntários da Praia da Vitória pela organização deste evento, assim como a Associação Nacional de Salvamento e Desencarceramento pelo apoio para que fosse realizado na Ilha Terceira. É especialmente gratificante ver aqui a presença de equipas e representantes de vários países. Esta diversidade de perspectivas e experiências torna este seminário ainda mais rico e relevante, promovendo a troca de ideias que nos permite desenvolver melhores práticas no socorro em situações de emergência, no desencarceramento e na gestão de traumas. Muito obrigada a todos pela vossa presença e espero que um dia a vossa presença aqui na Terceira vos dê vontade de voltar outra vez à Ilha Terceira e Angra do Heroísmo e poder aproveitar e experimentar todas aquelas experiências que esta magnífica ilha vos pode proporcionar. Muito obrigada a todos e um bom seminário.
So sorry, I'm going to speak in Portuguese now. Em português agora, temos um QR Code para quem precisar de tradução. Este QR Code é para quem quiser a tradução de inglês para português. So this is a QR code, but it's going to be for who wants the translation from English to Portuguese. So let's continue. We're talking about now from CADs. So the amount charged for tickets will be donated to CAD, a private social solidarity institution with public utility status. This institution was founded in January 15th from 1988 under the name of Association of Parents and Friends of Disabled Children of Praia da Vitória, whose mission is to contribute by providing support service for the social and the community integration of disabled citizens and the creation of social and support structures. So, we invited the association representative, Conceição Menezes, to the stage.
Muito boa tarde. Também vou falar em português. Portanto, quero dar umas palavrinhas em relação a este evento e ao vosso gesto que muito nos tocou. O World Rescue Challenge 2024 é o maior evento de prática simulada do mundo. É com muita honra que o CAD, Centro de Apoio à Deficiência, está como parceira institucional. Este evento traz à ilha o melhor que se faz a nível mundial. É uma oportunidade de aprendizagem e partilha que 23 países envolvidos proporcionam um nível de trauma e desencarceramento. Este campeonato, para além da disputa que está inerente, tem acima de tudo a vertente da formação, aprendizagem e troca de experiências, que são fundamentais para uma intervenção rápida e organizada, de forma a assegurar que a vítima chegue ao hospital em condições melhores do que foi encontrada quando a equipe iniciou. Quero expressar a minha profunda admiração por estes homens que se dedicam a minimizar a dor e o sofrimento do outro, colocar a sua vida em prol do outro, dar muito de si para mitigar os estragos decorrentes de acidentes e de catástrofes. O World Rescue Challenge vem demonstrar que o conhecimento é dinâmico, que a partilha é fundamental, porque evoluímos quando estamos dispostos a partilhar e a dar o melhor de nós aos outros, porque a diferença só nos enriquece e permite evoluir como indivíduo e, consequentemente, como equipa. Espero que também, para além da formação, se divirtam e conheçam a nossa ilha, a nossa bela ilha, com gente simpática, paisagens bonitas e boa gastronomia, como foi visto ali na pequena filmagem. Para finalizar, agradeço em nome do CAT à organização deste evento donativo à nossa instituição. Este ato de gentileza demonstra a vossa atenção e preocupação com a nossa causa, para a qual estamos imensamente gratos. E realmente também o CAD é um trabalho de equipa diferente, mas é um trabalho de equipa com muita formação também e com muito trabalho e muitas horas. Muito obrigada.
So, we would therefore like to thank you all for the contribution. To symbolically hand over this help, I call the President, Luís Figueiredo, to the stage, please.
Was the last minute inscription, last minute register.
Thank you, obrigado.
Não vá uma fofinha, não é?
So let's continue. We're now going to start to the first part of seminar on extrication. To do this, I would like to introduce the two moderators for this table. So, Nuno Henriques. Nuno Henriques has been the Municipal Civil Protection Coordinator at Horta Civil City Council since 2017 and Commander of Volunteer Fire Brigade of Faial since 2015. A key instructor at the Açores Regional Civil Protection and Fire Service. He trains personnel in high-angle rescue, extrication, firefighting, and operation management. With extensive experience in emergency management, he previously served as a Port Facility Security Officer and board member of ADAFMA. So, if you can. I will call Luís Figueiredo, who has a degree in nursing and is currently the president of NSD. Having worked in the organization as a national and international assessor and is charge of the pre-hospital area. In his professional career, he has worked in the emergency service for around 20 years and is currently a scientific consultant at FMedica, involved in the training and providing of emergency medical service at the same time. He is the head of National ITLS chapter, a member of ITLS editorial board, and an international consultant in the field of trauma and medical emergencies. So, Luís, if you don't mind. So, Nuno, I will pass the word to you. You can pick the microphone. Thank you very much.
Muito boa tarde a todos. Good afternoon to all. Bon après-midi à tous. I invite to join us on this panel Claire Petit-Boulanger. Elena Dumitru, that will be online, as you see on the test on the beginning, and Renato Marques. Claire Petit-Boulanger. Claire Petit-Boulanger is a tertiary safety expert, post-crash and fire items, in the engineering department at Renault Group, holding PhD in neuroscience. Since 1987, she has worked with Renault to enhance driver safety, and in 2010, she initiated a new engineering field that integrates emergency service into vehicle design, providing enhanced supports for firefighting and rescuers. And today, she brings us the topic Renault Firefighting Safety Project. Please.
Yes, okay, thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you so much, Luis, for the invitation. I am very happy and proud to be here with you to share with you what a car manufacturer can do when he's working with rescuers and firefighters. We think that it's very important to mix our, how can I say that, our jobs, because we make cars, but you have to intervene on cars after an accident or after a fire. And if we don't speak and work together, it will be difficult for us and for you, and especially for our client, which could become victims of an accident. So I would like to show you some example of what we have done together. Together, for me, it's a word very important, because without you firefighters, we should have done anything, because if we don't know how you work, we can't do anything to help you. So I will show you some projects, some different projects we made, and with kind of commitment a car manufacturer could do and on its cars. Just as a reminder, we can, when we speak about safety for car manufacturers, we have three kinds of safety. We call that primary safety. It's what we can do put on our cars to avoid an accident or to make it less, how can I say, difficult for the people inside. If the accident is here, we call it secondary safety, is all the systems we put on our cars to protect the people inside the car. And until not so much time, we, all car manufacturers, stop there. We make different systems, but we didn't think that we could help our clients who became victims of an accident. How could we help them to survive? And the possibility to help them is to help you firefighters to do your job. It's the reason why we decided to create a new item that we called easily tertiary safety, because there is a primary, the secondary, and the tertiary safety. So the tertiary safety is what we could do as a car manufacturer to help you firefighters and rescuers to take care of a victim of an accident and when the car is on fire. And I will give you some example of what we have done together. Together, again, very important. I will begin with the rescue sheets, because our cars are become more and more technologically difficult for you when you have to intervene. We think that it's very important for you to have access to a good rescue sheet. When I say a good rescue sheet, it's a rescue sheet with all the important items that you will need to have when you will intervene on the car. So now all car manufacturers are making rescue sheets with an ISO model, and it's UNCAP asked us to make this rescue sheet, and it's very good. But we at Renault Group decided to make something more and to create the rescue sheet with you, firefighters, not alone in our engineering department. And to do that, for each new model we have, we invite only always the same group of firefighters near Paris, so they are very used to intervene on our cars and to know exactly what to see and what to search on the cars, to know exactly what to put on the rescue sheet that could be useful for you when you will have to intervene on our cars. So, as you can see on the pictures, each time that I have a new car, a new model, I invite this group of firefighters and I tell them, please pick up the car, do what you want to do on the car, so you will see, you will tell me what to put on the rescue sheet if you find something that could be a problem for you and your colleagues. So we do that for all our cars, and we make the appropriate rescue sheet as the ISO model, as you can see here, in 4 pages, always the same for all car manufacturers. But the difference for us is that they are made with French firefighters, and if you see on each page, you will see the flag of French military. That means that it has been validated by French firefighters. So it's the first thing, a rescue sheet, we hope, made exactly for you to understand very well all the items you have to know. The second commitment, when we have made a rescue sheet, okay, but when you arrive on the scene, how you will be able to reach the rescue sheet and to be sure to access to the appropriate rescue sheet for the car you see on the scene. For example, you can see here a car. It's one of our models, a Capture 1. It's my car. But this Capture, when you see it, you can have it in ICE model, HEV, and PHEV. HEV, it's hybrid vehicle, and PHEV, it's plug-in hybrid vehicle. So when you see it from outside, it's very difficult to differentiate it, these 3 models, especially after a crash. So we decided to help you to put on all our cars. Now it's really done. All our cars, when they go, they are in the plant. They are equipped with a QR code, a Q-Rescue code, and it will, if you want to scan them, you will be able to reach exactly the appropriate model of the ICE model, a HEV model, or a PHEV model of the Capture. And we do that for all our models. And we think that doing that, we help you, firefighters, to gain time and to be safer when you have to intervene on our cars, because you will know exactly what to do, because all is written on the rescue sheet. Now, what we did, and it was interesting because we found that problem when making the rescue sheet with your colleague firefighters. They told us some years ago that they found a problem on our cars, something that could make them lose time when they have to intervene on an accident. And I explain you what was the problem. When they wanted to lift the dashboard, they noticed some years ago that there were 2 pieces, 2 steel pieces, very strong, that they have, with these pieces, they have difficulties to lift the dashboard. So they told us that it was a problem. I spoke about that with the engineers in charge of these items, and they found a solution. They made the proposal to change the pieces, and we tested them with French firefighters, and they told us, okay, now the lifting maneuver is much more easy to do. So we decided to change all the pieces on our cars. So now, when you have to do this kind of maneuver on our cars, you will not have any problem, because it will be much more easy to do than it was before. So it's a first example of a commitment of car manufacturers for firefighters. Another problem we noticed is that when after an accident, if, how can I say, to give a space to the driver, we noticed that the steering wheel could be a problem, and we made tests during this validation of rescue sheets, and from years I discovered, because I didn't know that all the steering column of our cars are, how can I say, they are hollow. So it's they are very easy to cut, and it's very quick to cut them, to cut the steering wheel. So this very simple maneuver will immediately give space to the driver, and we write that now on all our rescue sheets, because we believe that it could help rescuers and especially drivers if they have problems to breathe. Now, if we speak about the specificity of our electric vehicles in road rescue intervention, what can we do to help you in your interventions? Just for memory, when we speak about electrifications of cars, we have different levels. We have the micro hybridation, the light hybridation, and the more important for you that could change something is the hybrid, what we call HEV at car manufacturers, plug-in hybrid, PHEV, and full electric EV. Okay, when you can see that you see the voltage of each kind of battery. The most important for sure are the PHEV and EV, and for this reason we have made changes and something especially for you in this kind of batteries. The first thing is there is something strange, but it doesn't matter on the title. It's very, very small. We have decided to help you in your safety, and when you have to intervene, we guarantee that the routing of the high voltage cables are outside your cutting areas. So the first, as you can see, the orange cable over there. Then we guarantee also that the disconnection system that we call the service plug or SD switch or SDSW of the high voltage battery, we decided to put it directly on the high voltage battery to guarantee you that when you have take it off, you are sure that there will be no more high voltage in all orange cables. For us, it's very important for your own safety. And we make our best to give you an easy access to this disconnection system without having to move the occupants, because we know that you need to move them in a special way. So when we design the cars, we know that we have to think about that. And something very new is that from this year, 2024, we have developed another solution for you, rescuers, that will prevent you to do anything when you arrive on an accident of an electric car, a PHEV, HEV, or a EV. If you see airbag opened, you will be sure that the high voltage battery has been disconnected from all over the car, so nothing to do for you. And this is very, very new. But as you can see, we will have at the same time on the road cars with service plug and new cars without service plug. It means that again, it's very, very important to see the rescue sheet and to see everything that we have written on it, because each car, even for a same car manufacturer, each car could be different from another. Again, please do your best to go to see the rescue sheet. Concerning the high voltage battery, you can see on this picture that we have allowed the high voltage battery to have a good operating range only in the green range. So it means that if the temperature is too high, if the cell voltage is too high, there will be what we call an angel guard, that we call a battery management system. Immediately, this device will decide to open the battery. No, when I say open, to open the relay and not allow the battery to continue to function. It means that if the temperature is too high, we open the circuit, and if the cell voltage is too high, we'll do the same. For these reasons, we can guarantee that our high voltage battery will not catch on fire after an accident. And it's very important. We have already noticed that in France, we had sometimes had very violent accident with electric cars, and we didn't notice. Jamais. How can I say jamais? We never noticed a fire, a car catching on fire, an EV car catching on fire after an accident, because of this very high. How can I say? This authorized operating range, very, we could say, small. From the battery management system. I hope that I'm clear, but it's very important to memorize that we have a very high safety level for our high voltage battery. For this reason, what can we do about fire of electric vehicles? As I said just before, there is no intrinsic, and I say it again, no intrinsic fire risk of high voltage batteries by themselves, for the reason I explained, but we know that there are two types of fire hazard, and we have noticed the occurrence of these two types of fire of electric vehicles. First of all, one of them is the propagation of a fire coming from outside the vehicle, from I don't know what, another car or something that is burning. If something is burning near an electric car, this electric car will burn, and the battery will burn also. And what we have in France, I don't know in other countries, but in France, we have a lot of arson fires on vehicles. And if someone puts a fire on a vehicle, if we don't extinguish it immediately, after some 10, 20, 30 minutes of fire, we know that the high voltage battery will catch on fire also. And for this reason, we decided to do something, because we know that when a high voltage battery has begun to catch on fire, it will be, for you firefighters, very difficult to extinguish it, because the high voltage battery will has its own oxygen inside, and you can try to put water, to do anything else you want. You will not be able to extinguish it. So we tried to find a solution, our colleagues, engineer, found a solution that we called the fireman access, very easy word, because we did it especially for you. We found that to extinguish a lithium-ion battery on fire, the only way to extinguish it very quickly is to put water inside the battery. But the problem is that we need to have a battery completely, how can I say that, without any solution to put water inside, because we don't want to, the battery has to be very well protected. So we had to find a solution to have these two different problems. So it's a reason why we found a solution that we call the fireman access. It's a piece which will burn when the temperature will be higher, and this piece will transform itself in a hole, and this hole, well positioned for you, will allow you, firefighters, to put water inside the high voltage battery on fire. We made a lot of tests to verify that it will go. And as you can see on these pictures, you will see that the firefighter can be outside the car. After having extinguished the body of the car, he sees the flames coming out the high voltage battery. So he just have to put the water inside this hole, the famous fireman access, which has become a hole, and put water in it. And for each new model, we make a fire test to be sure that fireman access will function very well. And for each model, we found that in 10 minutes, the high voltage battery on fire has been extinguished, instead of 1 hour or 3 hours that our other car manufacturers could say for their cars. And the firefighters have to use only 1,300 liters of water to extinguish completely the car. Something new, we made now the tests of submergence to be sure that if our clients are in the car and the car is falling in the water, or if the water is how can I say, yes, thank you. And we know that it's a real problem nowadays. We wanted to show that we can let the possibility to our clients to go outside the car. And what did we do for that? For each new model, as we make a fire test for the electric cars, for all our new cars, we put them in the water, as you can see here. We do that with French firefighters from Essonne department, not far from Paris and not far from Techno Center. And we want to show that the people inside the car could operate the windows to go outside the car, and we need to let him time to do that. So, as you can see here, to do the test, we remote the window control panel to operate it from the outside the car, and we put a sticker on the windows to be able to see that the window was always functioning. And during all the time of when the car go on the water, we verified that we have the opportunity to open and to use this control panel. And as you can see on these slides, you see that I took some pictures. The car is our Renault 5 electric one, and you see that continuously until 4 minutes and 22 seconds. We had the opportunity to use the window command. It was functional, so we estimate that the people inside the car has the time to open the window and to escape from the window. Just as a reminder, Euro NCAP's request is 2 minutes, so we are able to give 2 times 2 minutes to our clients, and then as the car is going down the water, we lose the command. To finish, I want to show you another kind of commitment we can have for firefighters, not concerning directly our cars, but we found that it's very important to give new cars to you firefighters, to your trainings, because we know that new cars are very different from old cars, because the steels are different, many things are different on them, and we think it's important, if you have to train for your rescue trainings, to have sometimes some new cars. So we decided to find the more cars are possible. We don't call them cars, we call them prototypes. As all car manufacturers, we use prototypes to build our cars, and we have a lot of them. And even if these cars are not, how can I say that, completely finished, I would say, we decided to let them go outside our techno centers to give them to you. And each year, from now a lot of years, we give more than 300 vehicles like that to you firefighters, not only in France, but in other countries, when you ask us to do that. We make a convention, and we try to give you as maximum as possible cars to your trainings. And also, we are doing free sessions on the evolution of the cars. It's a very small one today, but we can explain many things for one day long of all the evolutions that could impact your interventions. And I think I have finished. Thank you.
Thank you, Claire, for your impressive explanation about the cars and the concern that Renault has with the safety of their occupants. Well, now the next invited is Dr. Elena Dumitru. Dr. Elena Dumitru is an emergency medicine specialist with the Ministry of Internal Affairs in Romania. She is involved in the European Union, co-founded now EMS project, working to build a strong EMS provider network and facility knowledge, exchange among operation managers. The project promotes initiatives such as webinars and conferences. We'd like Dr. Dumitru to participate in the World Rescue Challenge 2024, International Seminar on Trauma and Extrication. And today, she brings us the topic Extrication of Casualties in RTC, SMERT, Romania. Dr. Elena?
Hello, nice to be here with you in this presentation. First, we will start with presenting. I am a medicinal specialist in Romania. I am glad to be here with you. And we will start with a little bit, with a little and a short video of our extrication in Romania.
Technical problems. No. Sorry guys, some technical problems, we're gonna solve it. So.
Okay. Hello, I'm really happy to be here with you in the WRC Challenge from an investigation seminar. I will bring to your attention an investigation of casualty road traffic collision in our country, in Romania. I'm very happy to be part of an OMS project, along with Portugal, with some Spain, with France, with the manager from Germany, and not the least with Israel. Our main objectives of my presentation is what is the context for current extrication approaches as delivered by WRC services. What conclusions are sustained by patients who are trapped in their motor vehicles, and how does this influence extrication practice? What are the needs of our Romanian medical system has the acronym MORT, which means the Mobile Emergency Resuscitation and Extrication System, which contains pre-hospital first aids, who are generally composed of 3 paramedics, helicopters, rescue teams, and mobile intensive care units, which has an emergency medicine intensive or intensive care specialist, or a resident at least in the third year. Also a nurse who is training emergency medicine department. What is different is that helicopters have 2 pilots and an extrication paramedic, and mobile intensive care unit has 2 paramedics, of whom one is the driver. And don't forget the reason why we have here, resuscitation teams. What is important in our system is to have a team approach. That means we have to proper training and preparation that will protect the emergency medical system responders and will improve the outcomes for the victims. It's important to collaborate, to have an open communication, to have shared decision making in line with standard operating procedures. It's very important safe to unsafe. Safety, it's important to evaluate the kinematics of the event and to determine the likely mechanism of injury. That means it's important to have impact speed to evaluate the level of exposure in the passenger cell, what is involved, the type of collision, and if the occupants were wearing a seatbelt. Only once the survivors are complete, all the members of the team can approach the affected vehicles. The information contained during the inner and outer survival should be communicated to the rest of the team. It's very important to take the countermeasures that will be implemented at the earliest opportunity. You can see I put some photos from Romanian road traffic collisions. So, it's important to have stability to gain initial access. That means training and pre-planning will ensure that the full operators have a systematic approach to stabilizing the vehicle. Stabilization is the foundation of a casualty center rescue. Preventing vehicle movement is vital to avoid further injury to the occupants. If the physician is asking for immediate access, then providing basic access is extremely important. Furthermore, I want to bring into your attention the stability phases. That means manual stabilization, only for casualties at medium risk. Otherwise, you can start initial stabilization, which usually involves shocking the wheels and creating poor contact points between the vehicle and the ground, using shocks and blocks. And the last stabilization, which may be adding the fixed point if the vehicle is on its wheels. Remember, with the rescue process, stability must continuously be monitored, as the dynamics may change. So, we have to take into account establishing the priorities. Emergency medical systems should switch off the vehicle ignition or place an automatic restraint on the steering wheel. The vehicle keys should be removed from the vehicle. The physician will complete a final assessment and establish the level of entrapment. Emergency medical teams should determine if the casualty is physically trapped or medically trapped. And the initial assessment of the casualty condition, referring to their stability and comfort, if an immediate investigation is required. Next, we have to make space creation. So the physician will have enough room to complete a full assessment and provide medical treatment to the patient. The EMS team needs enough access to remove the casualties with control movements. And it's important to determine which space creation options are available and which will impact the incident to manage planning. So it's important that the inner and outer we have to take into account that the extrication plan must have in our attention the position in the vehicle, the size and the level of environment, environmental factors, the size and age of the vehicle, the outcome of the vehicle. That means we will have to create a space by opening doors and manipulating the inside of the vehicle. When it's appropriate, we may remove the roof, the side of the vehicle, or even opening of the doors. So it's really important to have dynamic risk assessment done before. That means checking the stability of the vehicle, covering all sharp materials created by the packing process, remove all any medical debris, or tools that can cause the hazard in the immediate working area. So, extrication means remove the glass from all the sides and the windows, cut all the seat belts, trim around packing points, cut all roof pillars except the 8 pillars, lock the roof forward and secure it in position, the most important part. The fourth stage of extrication is dust management. That means control removal or control breakage. We do have to manage the glass that will be affected as part of the extrication process. Laminated front spring and carbon brass or polycarbonate resin. All these types of glass may present a hazard to the rescue workers. And we have to manage to get the danger of parts as possible contamination. So in this case, it's important to have protective sheets and rescue gloves. The last but not the least stage of our extrication is mobilization and extrication of gases. I think it's very important to take in account the casualty condition, the casualty location in orientation, the available resources, equipment, and personnel on the scene, to take care of at sharp edges of the vehicle, to look for casualties who may require swift but gentle handling, immobilize and protect spinal injuries. Very important to take care of the internal injuries because, for example, appendix may have a significant blood loss and can lead to a hypovolemic shock. In addition to the stages of extrication, I want to bring into your attention three more stages. That means triage coordination, mechanism of trauma, and injuries. So, it's well known that our vehicle collision are particularly associated with entrapment, and is that the major cause of trauma. Most crash sites are matched with incidents with injury ranging from uninjured disease. So it is important that the instrumental system providers to require the triage of the patient quickly and efficiently and prevent local resources from becoming overwhelmed. They have some scale that they can use to evaluate the patient. For example, ABCD, the blood mass score, the potential to deteriorate from victim from one category to another, as time goes on. So it's important that the patient would be early evaluated. The second topic which I want to bring to you is pre-hospital treatment. So the current extrication methods have to focus on the spinal movement In Romania, we are using the advanced trauma life support protocol. So when the responders treat life-threatening injuries, first prior to the victim transfer from the crash site to operation point. It's important that less severe injuries will be treated at appropriate stages of the patient evacuation for the triage system in place. And remember, it's very important that emergency medical system leaders will designate collection points that are accessible from the crash site and accessible for transfer to medical facilities. I will give it to you third topic on short mechanism of trauma. It's important to know that not all participant collision have intrusion results when the energy of the crash exceeds the strength of the vehicle frame. That means resulting in a violation of the occupant compartment. But this is only 10% of required dismantling. Injury may then occur either from the vehicle cabin, the vehicle structure, or passenger movement as a result of the acceleration imparted to the occupant from the vehicle. Passenger compartment intrusion, loss of integrity, has been frequently used as a triage criterion. It's important to note that foreign drivers and passengers are highly increasingly injured in most of cycle vehicle collision, and may have to increase risk of entrapment with deleterious effects. So take care of the exacerbating secondary spinal injury when assisted extrication. We may do more harm if we are not doing it gently. From personal injuries, I was very nice talking here. Trauma victims commonly have multiple injuries, for example, hand injuries, face injuries, but the most important is taking care of the spinal column injuries. So remember, consider C-spine immobilization for transfer. Also, there are upper and lower extremity fractures, so you have to take account to immobilize them on the scene. Internal organ damage, thoracic injuries, pneumothorax, abdominal injuries, that means liver rupture, bottom, cardiac openers, which can be really bad. We are getting close to the final of my presentation, so I want to have in mind some important information. So I wrote here some take-home messages. Emergency medical system has several responsibilities, including triage, patient care, and preparation of the victims for transfer. But we have to remember, safety must always come first. EMS medical system plays a crucial role at the scene of a crash site. So actually, they will increase the number of lives saved, and they will have an important role in the reduction of morbidity. During the extrication process, the dynamic of the vehicle will change, influencing the effectiveness of vehicle stabilization. Managing reactions is not just about breaking windows or take care of the sharp edges. Casualty requires quick but yet gentle handling, rough treatment can exacerbate injuries and worsen the medical condition very rapidly. The most important, which I think it is that teamwork is vital. Clear communication from the lead physician or incident manager before any movement is really crucial. Casualty can be a technically but physically challenging task that must be completed safely and rapidly. Only by training can framework be developed and opportunities for simulation activities be identified and exploited. And in the end, my last slide, I have to give my
Thank you, Elena, for your presentation. And the next one is Renato Marques. Renato Marques holds a degree in geography and a postgraduate qualification in training management. He is a training manager and technical rescue instructor at Heavy Rescue Portugal, as well as an international certificated instructor, trucked Almatro and RecuTest. With 21 years of experience, trainer in rescue and extrication at the National Firefighters School, his professional training includes numerous courses from renowned national and international organizations. And today, he brings us the topic, heavy rescue and emergency lifting. Are you ready for the unicorn?
Boa tarde a todos. Good afternoon to all of you. First of all, I would like to say thanks to ANST for the invitation in the person of the President, Luís Figueiredo. Obrigado. I'm trying to think if I will speak in Portuguese or English. My Portuguese is not so bad, but my English... But I will try. I will try to communicate the best way possible. So they give me 20 minutes to talk about heavy rescue and to talk about emergency lifting. So I will try to make sure that I will not overpass this time. This is the agenda that I would like to share with you, because it doesn't matter the country where we are, and in this slide you can see 4 different situations involving large-sized objects or heavy objects. You can see an example of South America. You can see the firefighters of Portugal and for Spain working together in an accident near the border. You can see someone under a bus in Germany, and you can see a couple of victims under a heavy truck in the middle of Portugal, somewhere in Almeirim. So it doesn't matter the place where we are, the situation, the conditions of the accident can be different, but in the end, you all go to the accidents for one reason, and the one reason is the victims. And it doesn't matter the color of the skin, it doesn't matter the religion, it doesn't matter the language that the victim speaks, you are there for the victim. I listened carefully the words that Luís pronounces in the beginning, that he likes to challenge things. I agree, I fully agree with that. I believe that if we want to move forward, we need to leave our comfort zone. And we need to challenge ourselves to do different things. And in the next coming days, we will see a lot of you working in light cars in different scenarios. I heard about 180. It's a lot. And I expect also, and this is the starting or the initial challenge for the President, is that in the near future in Portugal, in this type of events, he can bring some heavy objects and create a scenario that teams can play with heavy objects. that's something easy to happen, especially in an urban bus where the passengers don't use the seat belt. If the bus rotates, the windows start to break, and the ones that are loose inside of the bus will end under the bus. And most of the times, and Portugal is not an exception, we try always to use the cutter, the spreader, and the ram, and the regular techniques that we are used to play with. But in this type of situation, if we don't do emergency lifting on the bus, and if we don't create space quickly, we will not have, that persons under the bus will not have too many chances.
É difícil acreditar que ocupantes do carro tenham saído vivos do acidente. Imagens postadas nas redes sociais mostram que foi preciso um trator para retirar o veículo debaixo do ônibus. Inúmeros socorristas se aproximam e se impressionam quando percebem que os ocupantes estão vivos.
Os caras estão conscientes. O cara está consciente.
Cuidadosamente, os homens puxaram a cobertura e foram retirando as partes do carro até encontrarem as vítimas. Além do ônibus e do carro, uma carreta também se envolveu no acidente na GO080, perto de Petrolina. Chovia e a pista estava escorregadia. O motorista do ônibus morreu na hora. Passageiros que saíram
It's not always so bad, and we can see that the guys inside of the car can be worse after being so much time under the bus. But sometimes, if we want to play with big objects, we need to have some basic training about how to do it. I believe that the police was not very happy with what happens with the police car. In the end, this is more or less a lifetime scenario. Most of the firefighters, if you talk about this with them, they will face one situation like this or two or three in this entire career. It's not something that happens every day. That's why it's difficult first to convince who needs to be convinced that we need training objects, that we need to develop techniques to deal with these accidents, and that we need to be prepared. Of course, that it should be a victim-oriented rescue. That's the reason that you go to the accidents. But we shouldn't forget that victim is only the second most important person in the crash scene. You know who are the first one, right? You are the first one. So you need to create safety conditions to work in a good way. So the same principles that you all are aware of, that we need to create space, that we should work in a way that victims should be removed, if not better, at least in the same conditions when you arrive, but that in the end, it doesn't matter the size or the weight of the object. We want to have a rescue operation organized, coordinated, fielded, and safe. That could increase the safety of the rescue team, the safety of the victim, and of course the safety of the observers that can be around. So I will share with you some things that we learn, and we are always learning if we have the will to learn. We do a lot of mistakes, but we do a lot of mistakes in training, not in real situations. And what I will share with you, maybe some of you already know it, this is what we use, the guidelines that we use when we need to do emergency lifting, and we need to create space using these techniques. Why we need to do emergency lifting? First, and if we look back to the video that we have a lot of people under the bus, we want to gain access to that victims. And we want to free the victims from incarcerations. We want to free the physical type 2, pass them to physical type 1, and then create the necessary conditions to do the extractions. Of course, this will bring us a safer environment. And we focus our emergency lifting in some 4 basic principles, and we are talking about physics. Okay? Center of gravity, the danger of a floating load, the pivot points, and the arc movement. Okay? What is the center of gravity? We will start by the center of gravity, okay? And the question is, why these cars that you will see on the video, why they don't fall down? They are good driving, right? And they do this, right? They keep the balance. They know exactly what is the structure of the object they are driving. They know the mass distribution on the object, and they try to compensate the differences of mass inside of the object. And they have good tires also, so the support points to the ground are good. But we don't have this when we arrive on a crash scene, because we don't have speed. Everything is stopped when we arrive. But it's critical to find out, and it can be in a very easy way, where is located the center of gravity of the object that we want to lift. Okay? And we need to change sometimes our approach when we do initial stabilization. We don't care too much of the 3 axles. 2 is okay. But if we want to do lifting, we need to take care of these 3 axles. And we need to identify where is the center of gravity, and then we need to do the lifting without overpass the center of gravity of the object. Because if we overpass the center of gravity of the object, it may fall down again, and we may have a very serious safe or unsafe situations, okay? It doesn't matter the shape of the object, but we need to find where the center of gravity is, and we need to work with this in our minds. If by some reason during the lifting we need to overpass the center of gravity, we cannot forget that we need to have something on the other side to catch the load, okay? So after the center of gravity, I will show you the danger of a floating load. So when we try to lift something and the object loses the contact with the ground. That's a big mess. So, what is a floating load? When we are trying to lift something and we don't take care of the side movements of the load. And it happens a lot when we call for a crane to help us, a backhoe excavator, and we put some chains on the backhoe and we try to lift something. So, every time that we need to lift something, we should be extra careful with the floating loads. Because the floating loads are made by us, with our actions. So we need to make sure that we don't do this. And to avoid this, one of our advices, if I can say this way, is that you can use pivot points. So we don't want to lift the entire object. We just want to lift enough to release, to create space to take our victim out. So what is a pivot point? It's a point where the object can rotate on their own axis. It will help us avoiding floating loads. It will prevent the object from tipping over. If we do it right, it will allow us to do an early lifting. And also, if we do it right, again, it will, with the same pivot point, we can reach a higher lifting. And most of the times, if we use a wedge, 2 wedges, 3 wedges, we have a perfect pivot point. And we will not deal with the entire weight of the object, but we will deal only with the weight necessary to create the space that we need. Of course, that we cannot forget that if we use pivot points, we will have an arc movement. So the object will go up, but it will also go inside. Okay? What I want to say with this is that the extremity of the object, when we start to lift, is out, but now that we continue to lift, it will move inwards. So we need to have careful with the angle of the arc movement that will appear in this situation. Because, and one of the examples is that if we are using lifting bags, if we open too much the arc movement angle, the airbags will kick out. So, there are a couple of questions that you can put to yourself, to your fire brigade, to your rescue service, is that do we have the necessary awareness? Are we aware of all of the risks and dangers that we face when we need to do emergency lifting? Do we have the necessary equipment and tools? And some of you may say to me, yes, we have the best that money can buy. But sometimes this is not enough. Because besides the equipment, we need to have training and we need to have techniques. Because training will be the tool that will separate the improvise with the technical competence that you have. Thank you. I hope that I don't exceed the time. In the next coming days, if you want to talk about this, I will be around. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Renato.
Não sei, os moderadores.
Okay. And now we have a moment for anybody of the public if they want to put some questions to the speakers, to the invited. Go ahead. Okay. We have one person there.
Hello. Good afternoon to everyone. Thank you so much for being here. It's been a pleasure to hear these presentations, such renowned personnel in these areas, and it's a great pleasure. Aside from that, I want to do a special thanks to Madame Boulanger, specifically on the support that you have been through Renault providing to the firefighters, and specifically also to the event that we're having and hosting here in Terceira Island. And I do have a question for you. I've seen that Renault is also doing some prototypes in hydrogen, and the question is, is your team, your scientific team, your emergency team, starting to look into those processes, those prototypes, and what kind of challenges may we see in the future through that technology, and if you're already there or not? Maybe it's too early, but just a question. Thank you.
I'm not sure I hear everything at the end of the question, please. Could you repeat it?
Sure. Well, I noticed that Renault is starting to work on some prototypes with hydrogen engines. And the question is Renault already looking into the safety of those engines, and what kind of challenges may we expect in the future, specifically in extrication, when dealing with those types of engines? Thank you.
Okay, so if I understood well, you would like to know what other items we will change on our cars. Oh, sorry, I didn't catch hydrogen. Sorry for that. Yes, we are working on hydrogen, but only until now with our heavy vehicle like Masters. I don't know the big van we have, and we are working also. We already made a fire test on them to be sure that it will be easy for firefighters to extinguish them without any problems of safety for everybody. So be sure that for each kind of new object we will have, each of the new cars will pass through the test of fire, of water, of extrication, and only after we will decide that it will be okay to put it on the street. I don't know if I have an answer to your question, but we already for all our hydrogen van we made them burn, and we found that for the safety of the firefighters, it will be okay. There will be no problems of risk of the problem of hydrogen is the flames are not visible. So we want to be sure that the flames will not go in the where the guys are there to intervene. It's okay.
Any other questions? Okay, let me just put a question on to Renato, because as I said, I love to be challenged. I don't know if Renault can provide us, beside trucks, can provide us trains to train train to train. But from the images that we saw, we had, for heavy lifting, we had heavy equipment, so cranes and everything. Are the firefighters prepared without having that kind of equipment that takes a little bit longer to get there? Are the firefighters prepared? Is there training available for heavy lifting or for like an emergency heavy lifting?
Obrigado pela pergunta. Thank you for your question. Yes, we can see inside of the fire and rescue vehicles, we can see some equipment that can be used. I don't want to make it in general, but for the experience that I have, firefighters are much more used to pick up the same tools. And some of the other tools that are inside of the vehicle, because most of the times they don't use it, they are not so familiar with that. And I totally agree that they should have the capacity to create space, lifting heavy things without the need to wait for a crane, because crane also will not solve all of the issues. But I want to believe that with the proper training and some basic equipment, they can do it, yes. Thank you.
No more questions?
No questions from the audience. Yeah, one question. Can you get the... Yeah. Thank you.
Claire, I just want to say thank you about the safety that your team provides for us as the fire service and what Renault has done to help with that experience. It's a great relationship, between fire rescue and the auto industry. Do you also have a relationship with the other manufacturers that they can move in the same direction from the lessons learned from the Renault team to then provide that to the other vehicles as well? Because it's definitely a huge difference that we've seen with the batteries, being able to have that access to provide water at the top. I think every car manufacturer should be doing the same. Same for the dash lift, the way that you guys have changed how the cars are made with the straps to be able to do that. Is that information being shared with other agencies as well?
I can't answer. What I can say is that EuroNCAP has begun to ask for us, for all car manufacturers who are selling cars in Europe, to take care of rescue interventions. So from some years now, we can gain or lose points if we don't make some things, especially for you rescuers. And it's very interesting because if we want to have a lot of stars, for the safety of our vehicles, now we have to show that we take care of rescuers, and I think it's a very good thing. But it's not mandatory. If we don't want to have these particular points, we can do nothing. And for this reason, I assume to say that other car manufacturers are not so involved with rescuers and firefighters, as we have decided to do at Renault. And I didn't say that, but we have with us because he died some months ago. But we have a firefighter in Techno Center who was working with me every day, and he was representing you and all your needs. And I can tell you that he was very well All the engineers, architects were very happy and proud to work with him and to show you that we will continue to work with all of you. Today, we have another colleague of Christophe who arrived today in the Techno Center, and he will continue the job. So it's a way to explain that we will continue to work on that. But as there is no regulation, no more things, it's a pity, but I know that other car manufacturers are not involved as we are doing. And maybe it will change. But right now, it's not exactly the idea. Yeah.
So Renault, like ANSD, likes to put the stakes higher and higher. And if anyone wants to join the work that Renault is doing by modifying the cars, I think they'll be happy to share. And they've shared always their knowledge and their progress with them. And I think it's a wonderful example. Thank you, Claire. Thank you for the work of Christophe.
Yes, if you have ideas, don't hesitate to tell us, because even if now we know what you are doing when you intervene, we are not firefighters, we are not rescuers. So please, if you have ideas or to tell us, please, we would like to have some changes, tell us, because incredibly, I have seen that our colleagues, engineers, are very engineers, and they can find so many solutions, even if at the beginning we think, oh, it will be impossible, but it's never impossible.
No more questions? So I'd like to take this opportunity to call the NSD Rafael Neves to the stage, please, to give a small thanks to the speakers and the moderators. So. Luis, if you don't mind, first one. A small thank you for the speakers. And Canal. A small picture and thank you very much. So we'll now have a short coffee break for networking, and you come back in 50 minutes, okay? Thank you very much. Thank you.
Tá, para desligar, faz assim.
Ainda até está bem. Está a fazer um ruído estranho. Som. Havia um e não.
In céu. A preparar. Ok. Ok. Sim, mas já temos o moderador. Não está aqui o moderador. Eu não posso andar sem moderador. Sim. Estava a esperar que te sentasses para te chamar. Estou a esperar que te sentes para te chamar. Não vais já para cima, para não? Olha. Ok. So, we are going. So, good afternoon again. So, we are now going to start the second part of the seminar in the trauma table. So, I'd like to introduce this moderator of this section, Dr. Miguel Monteiro. Began his career as a volunteer firefighter at the age of 14. At 18, he decided to attend the university, where he graduated in nursing and later completed the postgraduate intensive and emergency care. He worked as an emergency ambulance technician and later as a nurse on an immediate life support ambulance with National Institute of Medical Emergency. At 26, driven by a thirst of knowledge, he pursued a degree in medicine. Now, at 32 years old, he is a medical resident in intensive care and operator of an emergency and resuscitation medical vehicle, and an instructor in advanced and immediate life support, as well as a guest assistant professor at the Faculty of Medicine of Algarve. Since the beginning of these years, he has collaborated with ANSD as a medical assessor. So, Miguel, I will pass to you.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
I think now it's done. Okay, thank you very much, Julio. First of all, I would like to thank to everyone that made this possible and made this happen. In INSD, we are always looking for more science, more opportunities to talk about emergency service, about trauma, about all the kind of patients that we are used to find on the roads. So for made their own presentation, I will call to join me first here, Dr. Luis Cabral. Nurse Rob Fenwick, please. Nurse João Lourenço. And Dr. Jim Connelly. Okay, welcome. You have some water, beautiful water from Azores, so use it. So first of all, I will invite Dr. Luis Cabral to take the place over there. Luis Cabral is an anesthesiologist with expertise in medicine emergency, underwater, and hyperbaric medicine. He is in the clinical lead of the Regional Civil Protection and Fire Service of Azores, an anesthesiologist and a member of the Air Travel and Evacuation Unit, contributing for the effective emergency response in Açores. And today he brings us a topic, Serviço Regional de Proteção Civil, ICM de Ilhas. Thank you.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. First of all, I would like to thank the organization for this invitation. It is a pleasure to be in my island talking about one of the things I most like. It's one of my passions that I dedicated the past years of my life. I would like to start this presentation talking about exactly the service, the Azores Regional Civil Protection and Fire Service. And I put it in quotes, and EMS, because actually it's not in the name of the service, but it's one of our competences. To a regional decree in '99, the service has competence in civil protection, fire department, and also ensuring the functionality of an emergency medical land transport system. It's a small semantic question, but when this regional decree was transformed into a regional regulatory decree, the emergency medical part of it just fell, and the structure of the service was organized in a general support service, the Directorate of Planning and Operation Services, that's responsible for the civil protection part, and the fire inspection that is responsible for the fire. And the emergency medicine was put under the fire inspection service. It's the letter Q, and where it's said that the fire inspection is responsible for the effective transport system for patients, disregarding the EMS part. So for the past 10 years, 14 years that actually we've been running this, we run it as a team and as a big family, of course, despite all the legal aspects of not even existing inside of the service. But we always consider ourselves as a team, as we should, working in a pre-hospital environment, regardless of the legal question. So we are a big team in the service, taking care of the fire department, taking care of the civil protection, and also the emergency medical services. Talking about the emergency medical services of the Azores, one of the first things we should know, for those who are not from around, are just visiting us for the first time, that we are 9 beautiful islands in the middle of the Atlantic, but a little bit far from the mainland. We're about 1,500 kilometers from the mainland. That's normally a 2-hour flight as you took. But if you do it in a medevac, it might be 4 hours flight in a turbo Alice plane by the Air Force. So sometimes that distance is quite hard. Unfortunately, we were not that close to the United States to become a United States nation, region. We are about 1/3 in the Atlantic, 2/3 to the United States. We're not flying there for sure, but we were spread in the Atlantic for about 600 kilometers. And that makes also some difficulties for our EMS system. The second difficulty we have is that the population is very spread between the islands, and we're not that populous. We are actually losing some population from the last census. And in 2021, we were 236,000. And we have a small island, that's Corvo, that only has 386 people in there. And of course, the biggest island of the Azores is it's San Miguel, with more than half the population from the Azores living there. So we are supporting the health system. So we need to organize our pre-hospital system to be supportive for the health system. And the health system is organized in 3 hospitals in the 3 most populous islands. That's San Miguel, Terceira, and Fayal. There are 3 hospitals with different capabilities. And there's a basic emergency care unit in each of the other islands, actually almost in each of the councils, but with the exception of Laje das Flores and Lagoa and San Miguel, that doesn't have basic emergency care being a council. So, how did we organize our EMS services since, and this was a developing system since 2012. That was when we made the big changes in our dispatch center and made some changes in our teams in order to be called an EMS service. We are organizing it as everybody else. So that's one of the beauties of the EMS services, that people tend to be sick the same. If you're in the Azores, if you're in the mainland, if you're in China, if you're in Argentina, wherever you are, emergencies are emergencies. So the strokes, everything, trauma and everything else tend to be a little bit similar. So we just follow the organization everybody else was doing. We organize this dispatch center. We stratify our vehicles in type of response. Some of them are BLS, some of them are ELS. We have a special situation for our advanced life support team, and we also take care of the medical evacuation between the islands. One of the things that I'm most proud of is that we managed to organize our dispatch center in a truly integrated response unit, aggregating all of the 3 areas of emergency: security, safety, and medical. So in ours, and I think it's at national-wise, it's unique. It's also unique in some of the other European countries. There are other examples, but being able to have all these 3 areas in the same room, we are the few in Europe. So per shift, there's always 2 police officers, 3 nurses, and 1 physician, and 3 communication operators. The police officer obviously take care of the security part. The communication operators take care of the safety part, and the nurses and physicians take care of the medical part. Regarding our medical part, we are also pioneer in the triage system that we implemented in our dispatch center. It was a interesting conversation and interesting negotiation with the Manchester Triage Group, because at the time they were doing Manchester telephone and triage and advice only at Manchester, and we asked them to be the first center to do it outside of England, and it was a challenge, but it has been told today that we should be driven by challenges. It was a challenge, it was again challenge with a huge success, and actually nowadays it's the base of our work. We're still the only place, because now I know it because I'm an international reference group of the Manchester Triage telephone system. We are the only place still in the world using telephone TTA, Manchester TTA, as a primary tool for our emergency 112 calls. Even in Manchester, they are doing it as a secondary triage, not as a primary triage. Our dispatch center since 2012 was as medical supervision, so there's always a doctor available for the medical questions. We are located here in Terceira Island, and we're taking care of all of the 112 calls from the Azores. Next in line will be our basic life support units. There are ambulances. They're spread to the islands, I will show you, and they're equipped with 2 firefighters that can be emergency medical responders, which we call TAT, with 50 hours of training, or EMT basics, which we call TAS, with 200 hours of training as obligatory. Regarding trauma analysis, this is a table for trauma. The trauma course they are taking in the EMS basics, it's an in-house developed trauma course. There's no medical regulation for the activity of the BLS teams, since I told you, and that's why I made the first slides. They are still in the responsibility of the inspector, fire inspection. They are spread in the 9 islands like this. There are some municipalities that has an extra base for their ambulances in order to be able to run all the calls we get from 112 through the islands. Afterwards, we got these immediate life support teams. It's 1 nurse and 1 firefighter in a car. The firefighter is a TS, so that's the EMT basic with 200 hours of training. The nurse, besides being a nurse, that's a prerequisite, has a 56 hours of training, namely advanced life support courses, advanced trauma courses, and medical protocols courses. This vehicle is medical physician regulated. They have their own protocols of attendance, but always they have always to ring the physician to get approval for their disposition. The teams are spread, like you see, through the islands and following the demographic of each island and the needs of each island. I told you that they are in cars, but recently, not that recently, about a year ago already, more than a year ago already, we started a pilot project of, instead of making a new fast car, put another fast car in the street, we decided to put the nurse inside of the first ambulance that was going out. And we tried in Praia de Vitória, that will be where the World Challenge will be, with excellent results, and that will be one of the strategies that we have to spread this service to the smaller islands. The most advanced teams that we have in the streets, actually they're not in the streets, and there are some pitfalls in here I would like to show you. It's the only team with doctors in the streets, so there's no other doctor in the Azores, in the street in the Azores besides this team. It's the medevac team from the local hospital, the Gazette. It's based and managed by the hospital, where the physicians at the dispatch center are responsible for activating them and to send them to wherever the island is calling from, and sometimes, as I will be doing this evening, to take patients from the Terceira, in this case it's Terceira, but from the Azores to the mainland. This team is also based in Terceira Island due to our agreement with the Portuguese Air Force, who has a base here. So this team works in cooperation with the Portuguese Air Force in the airplanes and helicopters of the Portuguese Air Force. So whenever we activate this team, we have to also activate the Portuguese Air Force, enable for them to join both teams at the airport and fly from there. So just some data. I just pulled out this morning from our records. I'll just put it the last year so you can have a notion that we are doing around 35,000 calls a year. That's around 100 calls, less than 100 calls a day. So I've already worked in the Lisbon Regulation Center when I was living there. We had 2,500 calls an hour. So having 100 calls a day, it's quite specific. The problem is that sometimes the calls comes all at the same time. So when we have like 1 hour or 2 hours of waiting, then sometimes like 3 or 4 calls at that time. But most of our calls are from San Miguel, as expected. We are doing, from people who don't know the system, the Manchester Triage and telephone and advice system divides the patients in the same colors that the Manchester Triage system does it in the emergency department. So we got red patients, orange patients, yellow patients, green patients, and blue patients. And that's the result we get from the triage from the nurses. And according to that, we can decide which ambulance goes where, and if we don't have an ambulance available at that time, we can decide how much time that person can wait to get an ambulance according to this color. So sometimes, if I get a red one, I'll send it immediately. Afterwards, I'll send an ambulance for the green one, and I get afterwards an orange one. I can reroute the ambulance going to the greens, or get some help from the neighbors, from the firefighter neighbors, in order to reply to everybody in this specific time intervals. And the patients are informed about the time they will have to wait for an ambulance. So sometimes we have to tell the patient, yes, we can send you an ambulance, but that will take 2 hours to get there. 2 hours, I can get in my car and go back and go to the hospital sooner. Okay, just go get in your car, go to the hospital sooner, because we're not sending an ambulance earlier. Some benchmarking, and that was one of the main reasons we are now where we were, that we are not in 2009 when this came out. And this was one of the most important studies, I think, that was made about EMS in the European Union. And I think one of the big challenges for somebody in this room maybe would be to replicate this study after all of these years, to see how we are right now. But at the time, and I'll just let you know that I used this to make some pressure on the politicians back then to show that the Azores were like the worst possible results in the 15 areas that were participating in this study. And this was one of the studies that made us do the jump. So I would really like to, and I'll be monitoring some of these questions, but I would like to see how the other 15 are also evolving. And it will be great if anyone just gets this and replicate, so we can have an idea where we are. We are also participants in some of the international studies. This is the Eureka 2. We and Madeira Islands are the only Portuguese participants in this study. The mainland and the Portugal and the mainland, were not able to get the results to go into the studies. But I just put this in because WRC3 was collecting the data back in 2022. So I just took the data and sent to the first investigators that are in charge of this. But I just ran some statistics to see how we were doing. And according to this data, if I can compare where we are in 2022 from where France was in 2017, because I have the data from WRC2, and I'm comparing it, it's not a good comparison, but I'm comparing the data from 2017 with the data with French data from 2017, with the Azores data from 2022, and we are at the same level of discharge from the hospital with no neurologic defaults. So I think we made a very good way, and I'm very anxious to get the results of WRC3 out to see how we're doing. We got some quality control also, in part due to the agreement we have with the Manchester Triage Group. We have to audit all the calls, 5 calls per nurse per month in our 112 calls. This year we got already 902 calls registered, audited, and registered in the system. There's an external audit once a year from the Portuguese Triage Group. We have a cardiac arrest registry that started in the new model this year with already 313 cardiac arrest registers. And one of the most important things that we are doing a user satisfaction survey each day. I got one of our administrative personnel who's not very happy with it, but she has to do it. She has to do it to call 10 of our callers from the last day, from the prior day. So we just choose randomly, the software just chooses randomly 10 callers from the prior day, just give us a list with telephones, and she has to call them back and run a survey to see what their satisfaction was about our service. This is not from 0 to 20, as in Portugal normally use 0 to 20, this is 0 to 10. And as you can see in this 5 criteria that we are using to see if our calls are being satisfied, if our service is being satisfied for our customers, we got 9 as a rank, and already with 1,000 calls audited. So trauma, and this is the last slide. Fortunately, and about some weeks ago, we just recently choose ETLS as the advanced trauma course for our ELS teams. Starting next year, we'll be running 3 courses a year for our ELS teams, so they can always be updated in their certificates. BLS teams are still discussing the best strategy to get certified trauma courses for them. The regional trauma pathway is in process to be published already. It has passed through me, and I think will be an excellent tool to improve actually 3 points. First, the regional trauma registry, in order for us to get some actual data and good data from trauma. One of the things they're exploring, because this is a part of the health secretary and not the civil protection secretary, is to get CT scans in all the islands without a hospital, so we can just run a CT scan in all the trauma patients and be able to decide quicker if they have to be evacuated from the island or not. And this trauma pathway will also have some training minimums in trauma for doctors and nurses for the hospital personnel, but also for the personnel in the islands that don't have any hospital, in order for them to be more updated in trauma care. The last thing I would like to say is that the only way we can improve more, or the only way we can give some better answer to trauma, seeing it from our side, seeing from the civil protection services responsible for EMS service, is to reduce transport times between the islands and from the islands to the mainland. We're still at least 1 hour and 20 to get to an island, and not less than 2 hours, 2 hours and a half, to bring a patient from one of the islands without a hospital to the island with a hospital. So we need to be able to give better reduced transport times between the islands. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Luis, for the brilliant communication and also the passion that we can feel it when you speak about this. Now I will invite Nurse Rob Fenwick to get on the stage. Rob Fenwick is a consultant nurse and advanced clinical practitioner in emergency medicine in UK. He serves as a clinical research fellow at the Center of Post-Collision Research, Innovation and Translation. With a background in emergency and pre-hospital nursing, he co-founded the Extrication in Trauma Exit project with Professor Tim Nutbin in 2011 to scientifically study the extraction and improve patients' outcome following collisions. Rob also co-hosts the Rescue Room podcast that all of us should listen. And today he brings us the topic Exit project. Thank you, Robert.
Yeah, thank you very much for the invitation to come and speak here. It's a wonderful place. First time I've ever been to the Azores, and it is absolutely beautiful. My wife's incredibly jealous. I've been sending her pictures all day. So, yeah, she'll be even more angry when she finds out I've been drinking beer as well. Just a quick question before we start. Can I have a quick show of hands? Who's heard of the Exit project? Okay, I reckon about 5–10%. Cool. So, okay, so I know roughly where we're going with this then. Fine. So, yeah, I've got a few different hats, but today what we're going to be talking about is the Exit project. Now, the Exit project stands for Extrication in Trauma project, okay? It was funded by this wonderful charitable organisation called the Road Safety Trust in the UK. So when you get a speeding fine, that money goes towards researching how to improve safer roads in the UK. They granted us some money to go away and do a project to improve outcomes, or that might improve outcomes. Now, it was really good to hear Renato's presentation and Lewis earlier talking about always wanting to learn, talking about always wanting to challenge, okay? And this is what this session might be for the next 20 minutes. It might be a slightly uncomfortable challenge on something that you've always thought was right and something that you've always been told is the correct way to do things. But I'll present you the evidence that we've collected, and then you can critically appraise it. You can take away what you want to take back into your systems. We're very happy to help with that if we can. So the plan for the next 20 minutes, I'm going to tell you about the history of extrication. I'm going to tell you about the new evidence that we've collated. I'm going to give you 10 take-home messages, and given that I've already down to about 18 minutes, it's going to be a very fast 10 messages. And I'm going to tell you about some future research and the group that we're putting together to work on the international stage. First issue, okay, is we have a problem with nomenclature, or the wording of the problem. So this is a road traffic collision, if you ask someone, okay? And this road traffic collision might present to my emergency department tomorrow with a slightly sore neck, and I can send them away within a minute of them arriving, okay? But historically, we've been told to treat these patients really carefully and really cautiously if we respond to them on the roadside. But this is equally a road traffic collision, where there has been a huge transfer of energy through a really fragile human being, okay? And that patient can be really sick, really, really, really sick. And the approach for this surely shouldn't be the same as it is for this. but yet we've been told there's things we need to do when we arrive on scene. And about a third of our trauma in the UK comes from the roads. So how big a problem is it in the UK? Well, 1,500-ish to 2,000 deaths, so that's 5 deaths per day. There's also 60 patients seriously injured with life-changing disabilities every day. So that works out, in this presentation, if I keep to time, which I might go over a little bit, there will be 1 person killed or seriously injured. And that's shocking. And that needs to be improved, it needs to be better. And the thing that I think has been missed, and my colleagues think as well, as a huge opportunity is extrication. Because extrication falls between the gaps. It falls between clinical care and it falls between an engineering problem. Okay, and this hasn't been looked at scientifically in anywhere near enough scrutiny. So why is extrication important? Well, because time is really important if you've got a significant injury, okay? Now, if I have a road traffic collision, motor vehicle collision, whatever it is, today, okay, and there is a call, I don't know if it does. Up here, you have a response time that is pretty much fixed. So you can't really alter that on that day. You could maybe go a little bit quicker. You could maybe take a helicopter if it's a very long way. But ultimately, that time period is fixed. For me, if I have that collision on the road today, no one's getting to me any quicker, okay? And then when I'm out of that vehicle, the time it takes me to get to a theatre or to a CT scanner, that's pretty fixed as well. So it's not, I'm not going to be able to shave an hour off that, okay? But the thing that is always variable is this. Always, every single extrication will be variable. So what that means is we need to make sure that whatever we're doing in this really important time period is evidence-based and is going to have better outcomes for patients. And if it's not, then we need to question why we're still doing it. So what was happening in the UK when we first started doing this project? Well, there was an absolute focus on movement minimisation. Keep that patient still. Do not move them under any circumstances. And because that's what we were taught, that's what we were told to do, what happened then was we came up with really good strategies for deconstructing vehicles. Because that's what we want to do. If we're told the priority is to keep someone still, then we deconstruct the vehicle. If we're told the priority is to get them on their way to theatre really quickly, then we change our mindset. But in the UK, when we started doing this, deconstructing the vehicle around the patient was what we were doing. And the rescue teams would then move them. Because there's no way a patient could get themselves out of a car. There's no way they could help. Because us doing it was better than them doing it. That's what we were told. Okay? And in a real-world setting, so when we studied this, it took, in a metropolitan region, 32 minutes from fire service arrival to full extrication out on the back of a stretcher. Okay? So there's the best extrication teams in the world here. I know you can do it faster than this. But if you put that into real-world settings, it's not as quick as it's going to be for the next 3 days. I promise you. So we put together a package which is based on the facets of evidence-based medicine. So there's relevant scientific evidence, there's patients' values and preferences, and there's expert clinical judgment. So I'm going to take you through these to show you what we found. The first thing we did was something called a systematic scoping review. So this tells us where is all of the practice we're currently doing, where's that come from? Because if it's come from good evidence, we don't need to change it. We might need to relook at it, but we don't need to change it. So let's have a look at what we found when we looked into the history of extrication. So in 1869 in the UK, there was the first recorded car death. And then in 1926, that was the first time we started collecting data. First time we got data. Brilliant. In 1945 was the first Fire and Rescue Service formal response. Okay, so after the Second World War, the Fire and Rescue Service, part of their statute was to go out and conduct extrication. Prior to that, it was someone pulling them out of the car, putting them in an ambulance and taking them to hospital. Or, if they were physically trapped within the vehicle and they couldn't get out, the local mechanic would come, bend a few bits, and then they'd get pulled out. So only in 1945 did it become a professional responsibility. Okay. In 1968, so no new evidence, in 1968 was the first roof removal. that we could find evidence of. So that's the first time roof removal was ever mentioned. And in 1971, because of that need to cut cars apart, dedicated tools were developed. Great tools that could cut cars apart if needed. No evidence to say that's what we needed to do, but the tools are there. But then, in 1970 to 1990, there's a very influential doctor within the UK called Dr. Snook, who wrote his thesis, so his PhD, on spinal care, immobilisation. And he wrote things at the time that were quite powerful. He said, the fire service have killed more patients than they've saved by mishandling the cervical spine. He said 1 millimetre of movement could paralyse your patient and they will never move again. And he went on to train a huge number of firefighters in the United Kingdom. Okay, so this is the message coming centrally now. You need to keep patients still. He hadn't studied this, but that was the message, based on his expert opinion, and that was what the belief was. It wasn't that he was pulling the wool over people's eyes, that was what they believed. So by 1990, we've then got a group of patients that we didn't have in 1945. We've got a group of patients who were medically trapped, not physically trapped, yeah? So they could come out of that car in a second, because they weren't entrapped within it, but they were told they had to be kept still. So now you're medically trapped, and that accounts for 90% of the extrications that happen in the UK. Not entrapped within the vehicle that's mangled round them, told to stay still or unable to extricate. So that's the current situation. So you see this move that happened in about 1968-69. What do you think the incidence of spinal cord injury was in 1968? I'll tell you, because I haven't got much time. 0.7%. So less than 1 in 100 patients had a spinal cord injury in 1968. So that's the science from the time. So the first take-home message is that previous extrication strategies in the UK do not have a scientific basis. They don't. Okay, it's based on expert opinion, but now we have science that can change that. The next thing was we did some retrospective cohort studies, so we need to know what the problem is now. So this was the first one. So does entrapment even matter? Because if it doesn't matter, we don't need to rush, do we? We don't need to change anything. We can take our time. Oh yeah, it really does matter. So we looked at a retrospective database study, so a trauma registry in the UK, over 60,000 road traffic collisions, and the mortality was 8.9% if you were trapped in a vehicle versus 5% if you were untrapped. So entrapment, statistically, is really bad for you in terms of outcome. But, well, guess what? The incidence of spinal cord injury was still 0.7%. So it hadn't gone up in all of that time from 1968. It was the same. But something that people forget when they talk about spinal cord injuries and spinal care is that spinal or injury to the spinal cord requires not only movement minimization, it requires you to have an oxygenated, perfused spinal cord to prevent secondary damage, yeah? Well, over half of the patients that have got spinal cord injuries have also got really big hemorrhage or hypoxic injuries that are going to make that even worse. So actually, the worst thing you can do for these patients is delay treatment for their other injuries, because that's going to create secondary damage. The last bit about this paper, which was hugely interesting, is that spotting a sick patient is either really easy, because they look terrible, or it's really, really hard. And we could not find any useful observations. We couldn't find anything that would usefully say, yes, you can, as long as this person's got a blood pressure of this much, that's safe for them to wait. There was no physiological observations that were of any use to say you're going to be fine and you're going to die, outside of the very obvious. So thinking about that, our elderly and our frail patients, well, does age matter? Because actually, if we're talking about patients that we're now thinking about self-extricating, surely the elderly, frail, osteoporosis, the rest of those conditions would mean that you couldn't get out of the car because you're more likely to break stuff, yeah? Well, actually, first thing to say is that if you're trapped and if you're over 80, the mortality difference is staggering versus if you're untrapped and under 80, Okay, so elderly patients that are trapped, that is a really, really bad combination. Okay, you need to treat them with absolute respect because their mortality rates are phenomenal. But thankfully, the good news is that the incidence of injuries which will stop them being able to help you extricate them is exactly the same whether you're young or whether you're old. So there was no more incidence of pelvic injuries or, femur fractures or anything like that. The next thing we had a look at, and this is hugely interesting, and there's a book called Invisible Women by Marion Pereira that I'd thoroughly encourage you to go and have a read of, and got us thinking about what we call sex disaggregating, so seeing what outcomes were like between males and females in terms of biological sex. And from our studies, that same 70,000 patient cohort, 26% were female, but actually, looking at it, if you were female, you are much more likely to be trapped within a vehicle than if you are male. If you match all the injuries, if you match age, if you match body habitus, just being female means you are more likely to be trapped. Now, there are different injury patterns, so females have more pelvic injuries. Men, we all injure our heads and our chests, which is obviously not great. But this is an area of huge interest and that we're going to look at, whether it's psychosocial response, so as in the rescuers say, because you're female, well, I need to look after you more, whether it's because car design is different. The NCAP models that they use, I don't believe are female height and stature. I believe they're male 70-kilogram dummies. So are there some engineering solutions that might be applicable to help reduce this? Maybe, but it needs researching. It needs looking into further because there's a difference. So next ones, trapped patients die more frequently. Only 0.7% have spinal cord injuries and most of them have got other significant stuff. Clinical observations, do not trust them. You will have a patient who looks well and dies. Okay? Most patients do not have injuries which prevent self-extrication, and there are differences between ages and biological sexes in terms of outcomes. So what about biomechanics? Well, everybody is really interested in movement when it comes to extrication because of what we've been taught. Well, we've got technology now that will tell us about whether the movements are more or less doing different types of extrication. This didn't exist in the 1960s, 70s. It didn't exist in the early 2000s. So these are IMUs, inertial measurement units, which if it works, this is me self-extricating from a car. Different things attached to me, and from these inertial measurement units, you're able to say how much movement occurs between fixed points, so the cervical spine, the thoracic spine, the lumbar spine. This is me having a long spinal board extrication, so you don't see the relative movement, you just see me getting rolled down on the back of the chair with the board behind me, and then you'll see me getting lifted under the arms, up the spinal board, which will happen in a minute. There we go, so that's me on, and then you'll see another one, and then me lie down as I come out the back of the vehicle. So we use this technology to say how much movement does happen when you're extricated, and does that movement matter? So this was the first one, looking at, well, if 90% of patients could potentially self-extricate, admittedly not all of them, but potentially you could, what's the best way for a patient to self-extricate if we're just focusing on movement? Because obviously self-extrication is quicker than anything we can do with tools. Well, the smallest movements of the cervical spine were seen when you put a collar on. Okay. So at the time, collars weren't very fashionable. This paper shows that it does reduce movement of the cervical spine by about 15 to 20 millimeters. How clinically significant that is a different question, but it's definitely statistically significant. But when we looked into this, we could see clear spikes going on in some of the groups, so like 1.5 or 15 millimeters of movement. But there's always this little trickle of movement that happens. And it's an interesting question. Is it the one maximal movement that's more important, or is it lots of cumulative movements that end up with more than 20 millimeters? And when you think that it takes about 2 to 5 millimeters of movement to put a collar on, well then the difference between the two gets even less, doesn't it? So the clinical importance of that movement, one you take into account of putting that collar on, I'm not sure, but that's for people to debate. That's not for me to debate. But what about those patients who can't self-extricate? Okay, so we looked at self-extrication versus 3 commonly used extrication methods in the UK. So top 2 are long spinal board roof-off extrication. You'll have all done it thousands of times. Number 3 is a B-post rip, and number 4 is a rapid extrication. Okay, so what you're obviously gaining with that is you're gaining more access. You're gaining, by the top one, you gain more access, but it takes longer. Okay, so decreasing time, but better access. So what about the movement? Which one is the best out of those in terms of movement? Well, self-ex is the only one that is absolutely better than everything else, based on those 400 experiments. Okay? The other 3, so the long spinal board, the roof off, the B-post, and the rapid X, if you look at these lines, so these are 95% confidence intervals, these all overlap. So what that means is, statistically, there is no difference between any of the movements. Whether you do a roof off, B-post rip, or rapid X, they've all got roughly the same amount of movement. But of course, they take a huge amount of time different, don't they? But self-extrication, far and away, consistently the least movement, if that's what you're interested in. Might not be. So collars do reduce movement during extrication, but the clinical importance is unclear. Self-extrication consistently produces the least spinal movement. I cross my heart and hope to die. There is absolutely nothing I am clearer on than that message at the moment. All other extrication methods that we looked at, over 400 extrications, produce statistically similar results. The last bit of this was looking at patient experience. So when we looked at these qualitative interviews, so we interviewed 10 patients. Okay, it's not a huge study, but it takes a long time to do qualitative research. 5 of them had had a road traffic collision and had a spinal cord injury. So they were disabled by a spinal cord injury, and 5 did not. Okay, and then we themed into groups what was important to them. And there was me and Tim thinking it's going to be, oh, did I get blood pre-hospital? Did I get tranexamic acid? Was my collar put on correctly? Patients don't care about that. What they want is they want rescuers to be kind. They want rescuers to communicate with them. Okay, they want companionship. So they want a buddy within that vehicle who's explaining to them what's going on, who's telling them that there's going to be a really loud noise coming now, and that's nothing to worry about. They really hate it when there's a loss of autonomy, their pain management needs aren't met, and when people are allowed to take photos of the incident and put it on social media. They really dislike that. But they don't dislike them being used for training purposes. So the last point is that patients value communication and a dedicated extrication buddy. If you've got enough resources on scene, that's really valuable. So what we did was we put this all through a Delphi process. So a Delphi is what happens when you haven't got a 100% scientific certainty, so you expand the questions out to subject matter experts. So 60 subject matter experts from the UK came together and agreed on 91 different comments or beliefs that we should be practicing by in the UK. And this is published here. If there was one paper that I would recommend you read, it's this. Tim and I we weren't the subject matter experts, we wrote it up. I won't read all of them for you, but I think the most powerful one is this. That every patient you see on the road with any evidence of injury, well, they should be considered time dependent and their entrapment time should be minimized. Okay, so being in that vehicle, if there's any evidence of injury, is not doing them any favors whatsoever. Okay, so last slide, and I am off now. So looking ahead, this is the centre that we've just established. It's not been formally launched yet, although it's got a website and everything else like that. So this is the Centre for Post-Collision Research, Innovation and Translation. I do a few days there, Tim does a few days there, and it's a place where we want to collaborate internationally. We want to collaborate with health, we want to collaborate with rescue, we want to collaborate with engineering, we want to collaborate with car manufacturers, as it can be one place where we can then all learn and try and improve things. And that needs to be internationally, okay? That can't just be UK do one thing. If there's evidence out there, we need to be able to share it widely, because at the moment, prior to this, there really isn't that much energy research. There's lots of energy. So yeah, I'll leave you with that.
Thank you, Rob, for this brilliant presentation. Thank you very much for bringing us science. It's something that we need to think more about science and more about training and more about talking about the things. That's why we are here together. So thank you for that. Now I will invite João Lourenço. João Lourenço is a critical care specialist nurse with expertise in out-of-hospital emergency care, with a master's degree in nursing and additional qualification in conflict and disaster medicine and health service management. He currently works at INEM, National Emergency Institute, where he had part of the system coordination department and regional coordination teams. He also serves as a vice coordinator of the trauma care process, and he is an active trainer in several areas, continuing his role as an emergency responder. And today he brings us the topic Trauma Projects Assistance Process. Thank you, João.
Thank you. First of all, I would like to say that my English is not the greatest. I don't speak English as well as Rob, but I'll try to manage. First of all, I would like to thank the organization, because I represent INEM in this situation, and I think it's the first time INEM is here speaking to an audience like this. So I will speak about INEM trauma care process. Okay, so I thought about it, and how do I explain what it is and not? So I think, okay, I will tell you a story. And I hope that in this 20 minutes, you don't get bored and you don't get sleepy. So there was a time, like every story, and it was 1981, and INEM, which is Instituto Nacional de Emergência Médica, translation, it's like National Institute of Medical Emergency, but in reality, it's not national. As you understood by the presentation of Luis, it's in the mainland only, it's in the continent. The islands have their own system, like the one Luis had told us about. But in 1981, INEM was created, and in 43 years, many things happened. Many things have grown. We passed from 1 medical car to 44 medical cars. We passed from 2 helicopters in 97 to 4 helicopters right now, and so on, so on, so on. But I don't want to tell you the story of INEM. I want to tell you about the trauma care process. And in 2011, INEM started the process to get accreditation by the Andalusian Agency for Healthcare Quality. And in 2018, he managed to get his first accreditation. And this model has several characteristics that are important for what I'm going to explain next. First, it emphasizes on patients and victims. It believes that professionals are the drivers of continuous process and clinical practice improvement. It believes in intervention protocols and guidelines, but based on the best available clinical evidence, and now we listen to Rob speaking about that. And it requires an integrated information system. And that was one of our biggest problems. So 2017 was the first time we talked about this trauma care process. And what is the trauma care process or assistance process? I don't know the exact translation to English, but it's everything that happens to a patient when the INEM starts being responsible for him. If you call 112, The first person who answers in Portugal, it's a police station in mainland, not here in Açores. It's a police dispatch center, and when it's an ambulance call, he sends it to the emergency. And since that moment, when the police officer clicks the button to send the call, it's when our responsibility begins. And when is it finished is when we leave the patient in the hospital, if he survives, hope so. And so this is the process, and we have several steps along the process. And what we need to do is to explain to every professional what he is supposed to do, and to check if we are doing the things correctly. Okay? So this is in Portuguese, I know you don't understand, but when we started in 2017, our numbers and what we tried to see were nothing clinical, nothing. We couldn't see a thing about a patient. The only thing we knew is the number of calls, of trauma calls we had when people called 112, the number of victims that every BLS and ALS and ELS ambulance or medical car went to, the number of multi-victims that we had, and the number of deaths. That's what we did. But if we want to know something about the patients, what was the main injuries, what procedures have we done, in 2017, we didn't know. And so we were like this, because we wanted more. We want to help people, and we needed to understand what do people have, our victims. Okay, so since 2011 to 2020, we tried to computerize the system. We used the two programs, Mobile Clinic and iCare, but with very few adhesion by the professionals, with lots of problems, so we didn't have data. In 2020, INEM created iTeams, which is INEM tool for emergency alert medical system. It's not only a clinical record, it's a system, a system of information, of health information, because it serves as a clinical record, but it allows us to treat that data and to treat it and to know exactly what patient, if we want, had. And since 2020, first we started in the ALS and the ELS ambulances, which is cars, which are the medical cars with a medical doctor and the nurse, and with the ambulances with the nurse, and after that with the ambulances with the technicians, and now some fire departments already, around 300 in the country, already have it. And from 2020 to 2022, we studied and started defining new indicators and targets, and our focus were in the clinical ones. Not only in the time, like Rob mentioned, but in clinical ones. And I'm going to translate a little bit, but the first one, it's the time between the call is transferred to INEM and the patient arrived to the hospital. The other one, it's, for example, tranexamic exit. How much patients had tranexamic exit. The other one, it's a pelvic binder. How many patients did had a pelvic binder. The other one, it's about warming the patient, a BLS measure that every ambulance should do. And the other one was about volume. We started to get worried about the amount of fluids we did to patients. But they were very far away from being perfect. But beside that, we started to take some actions, and we started by BLS. And BLS, it's tourniquet use, which for a long time here in Portugal we said we weren't supposed to use. It was to start to distribute pelvic binders and to emphasize its use. It was by creating free learning in a platform that INEM has. It's free and everyone can see where it explains with trauma videos to explain the techniques. And also with creating webinars, trauma webinars. And as you can see, because what Rob already mentioned about the evidence, the two papers that you see on the right are the instructions and the indications, especially the indications for use a tourniquet and a pelvic binder, and they come from the European guideline that probably will be mentioned in the next presentation, that is endorsed by OSEM, and we endorsed it already. But when we looked at the results in 2022, they were very bad. Very, very bad. Because when we look at the percentage of endotracheal intubation in patients with a Glasgow Coma score under less 8, we have 44%, and we cannot forget that we have 48 medical doctors in the streets. We have 48 medical doctors in the streets. We had only 6.7% of pelvic binder. We only had 12% of tranexamic exit and 18% of patient warming. The last one, and the pelvic binder, can be done by every ambulance. Don't need a medical car. So we were very worried. It's the most light expression I can use. But we had some problems with the results. We had some false positives. What I want to mean by that, because we considered in that indicators all the persons that had a trauma alert. And we used, in that period of time, we did the trauma alert only by mechanism of injury. If you have a patient that has a collision with a car at, I don't know, it's 50 kilometers an hour or something like that, it's a trauma alert. But if the patient gets out of the car and is writing a paper, it's a trauma alert because of the mechanism of injury. And that patient doesn't need tranexamic accident, a pelvic binder, and all like that. So this justifies a little bit, or at least a part of that results. And we also had poor clinical records. We were implementing iTeams nationwide. We are still implementing iTeams nationwide. All the ALS and all the ELS ambulances and medical cars have already iTeams, but we still had poor clinical records. So we had bad data. But in spite of that, we took action. And so we refined indicators and we focused on critical patients. And the way we did that is mostly using the revised trauma score. So we started to apply that indicators only to the ones that were critical. We created new guidelines for traumatic hemorrhagic shock, and we created new guidelines for extraction and spinal restriction. And I will talk in a few minutes about that in most detail. And we did a trauma meeting to explain what we were going to launch, these new guidelines, where we speak about the evidence or the lack of evidence about about extraction and spinal restriction, and about traumatic hemorrhagic shock. And the results in this meeting occurred in the summer. The guidelines appeared in the late summer, and our results in 2023, by comparison to 2022, only because we adjusted and only looked at the critical patients, and because of the new guidelines, we had an ETI in a Glasgow Coma score that went from 44 to 76%. We have pelvic binders still went up, but still very bad, 6.7 to 10%. We had the tranexamic exit incrementation from 12 to 53%, and patient warming from 18.1 to 29. We believe that these numbers aren't totally real because of poor clinical records. They are getting better, but we have even if empirically I don't believe that only 10% of a critical patient gets a pelvic binder, we have to, if I want to take action, I have to believe in these numbers. Okay, so we continued with action. And action, for example, was new trauma protocols for immediate life support, which is ambulance with nurses, similar like the ones Luis have here, but we only work in an ambulance, we don't have a car. And tranexamic acid was introduced to us because we didn't have it, only the cars with the doctor. We emphasized again pelvic binder and warming. And I don't know if you don't understand Portuguese, but if you look at that is our traumatic hemorrhagic protocol, it appears there the pelvic binder, and appears the tranexamic acid, and appears the volume restriction, and all the indications to use it. The new spinal restriction algorithm, especially because of the time, because one of the indicators we saw was, I liked especially the presentation with the graphic that said the only time we can control is the time that we spent with the patient. And that's true. And so we emphasize that we need to move quicker. And this appears in the new spinal restriction algorithm. We shared the infographics of the 2023 results, the bad results, but we need to, if we want to improve, we need to understand where the point we are. And we are not, at least the records don't show that we are very good. We are getting better, but we need to get also even better. We reinforced the e-learning, and we are starting to do local meetings with partners, for example, from the fire department, congregate several corporations of fire departments because they do most of the BLS in the mainland, around 90%, to address and to explain these guidelines that have 1 year. And we also have audits of clinical records to see if what we show is really what we mean. And this is the images of the e-learning, the ones below, and the infographics that was shared is the other one. But from 2024 into the future, what we want, we will still look at existing science and our brothers from other countries. We need to continue to see what the others are doing well, to learn from them, to learn from science. We need to look at the results from our clinical records, continue to audit them, to get better in the registry, but also to see at the numbers. It's the only way we can improve. We will continue to take proactive measures like education, all the new strategies. E-learning is one of those, local meetings are others, participating in conversations like this. New guidelines as the science advances, but we also want to start to produce science and share it, to share our numbers, because we learn from others, so we want to contribute to the growth of others as we learn from them. We had several persons saying that it's very difficult or almost impossible to do it, because INEM is national in the mainland, okay? But it's lots of different fire departments. Most of them are volunteers, or a great part are volunteers. The medical cars, the human resources belong to the hospital and not directly to INEM. So it's very difficult. But I believe, and after seeing the presentation of Rob, saying that in the UK that you still have problems with the extraction, I think in the last 3, 4, 5 years, we have made several progression and we are moving forward. Just to summarize the trauma care process, what we want is predictability and uniformity. We want that the patient in one village of Portugal be treated the same way that in another country, even if it's a volunteer or if it's a medical car in the competence that everyone has. We want to enhance the quality. We need to continue the improvement And that's why we look at our numbers and we show them to you, even though they aren't spectacular. But it's our numbers, and we are getting better, and we want to continue to get better. And that aligns with INEM's commitment to excellence. Now it's time to say thank you. And some are medics, some are nurses, some are paramedics, technicians, firefighters, even police. I see police here. And we all work together 24/7 around the world to help these patients. So thank you for that. I would like also to thank the A-team, the trauma team. Ana Correia is our medical director. Margarida Gil e Filipe Barros are the medical coordination of what we call processos assistenciais. We have for trauma, for stroke, for coronary, like the clinical pathways. And the rest of the team, Marta Custódio is the boss, and the others are colleagues from me from every region from Portugal that use the data, do the education, and we work all together, okay? This is the team from 2024, but we should also thank the ones that came before us. But also to the ones that inspire us and show us the way. And I was very pleased to be here because some of the people that you have listened and are going to listen are people that inspired us in INEM to try to do some changes. Rob Fenwick, her name, if you look at this, this is the bibliographic reference from our from our spinal restriction guidelines, the new ones that have 1 year, and 4 of those studies are from Fenwick and his colleague, Nutbim. We endorsed the European Guideline on Management of Major Bleeding and Coagulopathy that EUSEM contributed with technical expertise and endorsed it. And we brought it, there are several things that are for the hospital, but the ones we can apply in the pre-hospital, we went to get it. And to Luís Cabral, that worked with us in INEM, then he returned to his homeland in Açores, but even though he is 1,500 kilometers away and like that, he continues to help us and continues being a friend of INEM and from the Portuguese of the mainland, and also worked with us in the guideline, and that one is the one with his name, okay? So, like every story, and they lived happily ever after. Thank you.
Thank you very much, João. It's always a pleasure to listen your voice about trauma and about all this connection between all of us to have better care for our patients. And now I have it's a big pleasure for me, and I want to always thank you, 4 of us, for being here. It's very important to feel your support when we decide to build one thing like this during a World Challenge Rescue. So I have the pleasure to invite Dr. Jim Connelly to come on the stage. Dr. Jim Connelly is an emergency medical physician in the Northwest England, working at the major tertiary unit, trained in Newcastle and has worked in Lancashire and Nottingham, and spent time in Uganda and Malawi. Since 2022, he was served as a president of EUSEM, European Society of Emergency Medicine, an organization that, in his words, rekindled my love for emergency medicine and continues to inspire me. And today, he brings us the topic Trauma Europe. Thank you very much for your presence.
Thank you very much. And my first thanks go, Louis, thank you for the invite. Fantastic gatherings. It's great to see some old friends and also to meet lots of new ones over the next day or two. So it's great to be here. This is a magical time for trauma, okay? And it's a magical time for emergency care throughout Europe. I think a lot of people have hit the nail on the head before me, okay? I think we're in a different specialty. We're different than other people in that we already accept that emergency care, it's concept. It's not bordered by walls. It's not bordered by, that's your job, that's my job, okay? We have a continuum of care from the moment a patient is injured to the moment they leave hospital. And in that respect, everybody in here is part of that critical team. So it's not a location, it's a concept. And we have very strong backing for that. Okay, I don't know if you've seen this, but fairly strong statement. One of the sort of WHA agenda items, but integrated emergency perioperative care. And this says exactly what I'm saying. It says the critical care or the real severe treatment of severely injured patients begins the moment somebody who can give that care reaches that patient, okay, and is a continuum throughout. This is going to be a very powerful motivator over the next 5 years, 10 years, as to how we develop systems and as to how we improve trauma systems, and to the power we have to knock on doors and say, we need to be doing this to improve the trauma care of our patients. This is me, okay? I have a few declarations. I'm a little obsessed with ultrasound, if anybody knows me. So I get given machines to play with, okay? I get some money, but not an awful lot of money. But exactly what you're saying, I'm an immediate past president, but I still work in a major tertiary hospital in the north of England. Any talk you ever go to, I'm sure you have definitions in the Azores or throughout the world of what an expert is. But in the UK, we basically say, it's going somewhere with slides, okay, who doesn't know you. Actually, that's a bit of there is a much better definition. Niels Bohr is a famous Danish physician, or physicist. Pick a very small area, get everything wrong, and go and tell everybody about it, okay? So what are we up to? Okay, I'm going to really give you a grasp of where trauma is at the moment in Europe, okay? What are the challenges that are going to face us? And then more importantly, I want to spend 5 minutes, almost like a tour of what's out there, where this is going to go rapidly, because I'm a great believer, as in the development of IT services and computer memories, that what we're going to see coming is rapid, okay? And the rapid change being brought about by IT, by AI, all those things is dramatically going to change the job that you do in the next 5 years. I always like this almost encapsulates medicine a bit, Voltaire, okay? It's keeping somebody amused until nature, actually it's not, there's a new definition, okay? Which it's the art of keeping somebody alive until another specialty gets the rewards and the thanks, okay? I work in an incredibly busy, this is a quiet day in my unit, okay? This is a good day. Bad days, there's another 10 ambulances outside. And it's an interesting part of the world that you must come and visit, okay? But I live about a mile from this, and if you don't know this is Hadrian's Wall, the end of the Roman Empire. And I always assumed that the Romans looked over and went, I'm not going there, there's crazy Scottish people, I'm not going there, okay? The reality was different. The reality was this is where they could grow wine to, okay? They couldn't grow wine beyond this, so they said there is no point. There's no civilization when you can't have wine. You're quite special, okay? And you need to realize that the job you do, you didn't choose it. It chose you. This is Koen Schur from Belgium, his famous quote. They're actually, in many ways, you do this job because you're different. You think differently, you behave differently, okay? And we know that, and we saw that during COVID, okay? Because you are people who are not scared of what scares you. You go towards it, whereas every other sensible person is going the other direction. You're heading towards it. And that's what drives you. I've been lucky enough in the last couple of years to be president of USAM. I just want to give a minute or so of USAM, but it's a society of members, national societies. But in the end, this is what it is. And I've been asked to talk about trauma care in Europe, okay? And simplistically put, this is what USAM is. It's about saying throughout Europe, how do we make it the best we can, wherever that may be? And that's a challenge in many ways, but it's about looking and saying, how do we make sure every patient in Europe receives the best possible care at the best possible time? A lot of that is through relationships with various people, and WROs appear there now because that's a grouping we'll be happily working closer with. Okay, and why? Why in trauma? It's still the biggest killer of under 35s in Europe, okay? When I reached 40, I went and bought a big bike because the trauma wasn't going to get me anymore, okay? The cardiac disease was, or whatever else, okay? But we know trauma will never go away. It's out there. And see if you recognize this famous person. Because in the world, okay, there are crazy people, okay, who do crazy things, okay? This is a famous friendly football match between the German MPs and the English MPs, okay? And Boris, of course, went to public school where they play rugby and he forgot and he... Anyway, okay. Trauma in Europe. We've got a huge challenge ahead, okay? I'm not saying that's a bad thing, okay? Challenges are good. And one of the things we've heard from a few of the talks here is about Challenge, challenge, challenge. Not just challenge ourselves, okay, but challenge dogma. Challenge things that people just say are true, okay? That's what we've heard all afternoon. I'm going to try and keep that agenda going. Because in Europe, we have a slight problem. It's not just one country. There is a disparate range of systems, disparate range of training, okay? And it's rapidly evolving. And there's another interesting thing about Europe, that in some ways there's almost diametrically opposed systems, okay? You could have the Anglo-American model, which is very much built on, let's build a big hospital, everything comes to us, and we'll send people out to pick people up, versus the Franco-German model, which was much more about send teams to the scene, okay? Start the care at the scene and bring them in. What we're finding in Europe is interesting because both of those bring great value, both have positive attributes, and what we're tending to find rather than the battle is both sides are slowly merging together, whereby a UK system 10, 20 years ago that was predominantly based in the hospital now has a lot of forward HEMS responders, a lot of sort of pre-hospital critical care going on, and even pre-hospital emergency care in the home to try and keep people at home. And similarly, countries that were very pre-hospitally based are increasingly building bigger departments. So it is interesting that they're coming together. And congratulations to Portugal, because Portugal last month became another member in the club of saying emergency medicine is a specialty. Okay, so that was incredibly hard work by the Portuguese. There are now very few, and it may sound like a small step, but this is massive. Okay, we're now entering the era where there are just very few countries left where emergency medicine is not a single specialty. However, that's where it ends a bit. Okay, even the length of training is different in different countries. Okay, some cluster around about 5 years, some are 7 years, 1 or 2 are 2 weeks. Okay, get all your emergency training in 2 weeks. I think that's a week too long. I don't really. Okay, but all I'm saying is that we have those sort of challenges ahead of us. So, WHO have been quite clear. Okay, this is fairly standard. This is what you'd expect. This is what a trauma system needs. Okay, it needs good pre-hospitalists who trigger the right patient, standardization of training and education, designated MTCs with lead agency, and formal training and quality assurance, as in research networks and sort of data feedback. That's what it needs. Okay. Goodwill paper that just says what's happening in just some of the countries in Europe. Okay. And there's an overarching theme actually, and the Brits can take real ownership of this. The overarching theme is that things have often changed in countries when people get embarrassed into changing. Okay, so a report in the UK basically said, people are still dying. This is what really brought on the trauma centre stuff in the UK. Similarly, Germany had now a regionalised system, and in Holland it was a massive El Al air crash that shamed people in saying we need to change trauma systems. And we need to think differently. This is where I opened up. This is all about, it's from roadside to recovery. Not one bit is in isolation, and any system that attempts to sort of improve care has to take all of those into consideration. So you have to have pre-hospital triage systems that work. This is a UK-based one, this one. We have it that if you're within 60 minutes, even if you're passing a trauma unit, if you're within 60 minutes of the MTC and you trigger, you go to the MTC, because your survival is better, okay? That all those resources are led by senior decision makers from the immediate start, okay? If you have a significant head injury, you should be having your CT within an hour, okay? You should be having massive transfusion if you need it, TXA, as we talked about there, within 3 hours. And even from the first days, we should be writing a prescription for your rehab, looking ahead to the next few days. All of those have been effective, okay? And how they've worked, and I'm being UK-based here, is that all of those carry a tariff. In the UK, everything's free, okay? We don't pay for health service. But what happens is patients come with a tariff. And if you hit all of these, which I think is a really fantastic way this was developed, then you get a higher tariff for your department. And particularly building in stuff like the rehab prescription has been a phenomenal success. The last thing to add to that, as we all know, is having data to back it up. And what's that done? Well, we know it's done. 20% reduction in mortality by MTCs, okay? And that's been replicated in Holland, and in Germany, certainly they've seen a reduction. They don't have figures as such for that, and Spain. So basically what we're seeing is it works. 20% reduction, that's in the UK, 5 patients a day who survive, who didn't survive pre-major trauma centres, which is phenomenal. But this is the reality. I'm going to hit you now. That was the reality of where we come from, where we're at in terms of systems. But what's going to affect your life? What's going to change how you view trauma? What's going to change what you need to train to do? Well, trauma is fundamentally changing. Our country is seeing, not quite this young, but a real heightening in penetrating trauma, and it's in children. Okay, it's people under 16 stabbing each other, okay? And we're seeing an absolute huge rise in significant trauma of the elderly. So much so that our database went looking at major trauma in older people, and this is a different demographic, okay? The demographics are scary, okay? They are rising and rising. We are seeing a huge rise in those people who are still at home, functioning into fairly old age. In that grouping, it's traumatic brain injury that tends to be the thing that kills them, okay? But interestingly, it's not major trauma, okay, or it is. 2-meter fall and above is what is doing this, okay, and causing this huge spike. And a lot of it is head injury, a lot of it is chest injury. We see a huge amount of older people with significant chest trauma who need significant input, okay? So that's what we're seeing, okay, year upon year. In terms of age groupings, you're seeing this rise, okay, of particularly nonagenarians. In the last 10 years, has almost trebled, okay? We're seeing this huge rise of people who are, by definition, more complex and more difficult. Obviously, that means more female, because females live longer, they do less stupid things than men do, okay, and they tend to live longer. What's interesting is from what you should be training to do. Because they're not often driving cars, they do, of course, okay, the whole system is different. You'll need to be training for the fact that the majority of this significant trauma burden happens indoors, okay? It's happening in people's homes. And what you're seeing is, again, a very great split whereby actually falls from less than 2 meters is the huge volume that we're seeing, okay? Falls slightly higher, and then the penetrating, thankfully, there aren't much stabbing is going on between 90-year-olds, okay? But we're seeing a huge swelling at this end of people who are, you know, stabbing each other, and quite significantly so. So, there's an interesting stuff there, okay? There is not much diurnal variation. We're seeing this big 2-meter pool, okay? So Mr. P in many ways exemplifies, and Mr. P is an amalgamation. The Mr. P is that 92-year-old, okay, who has knocked over by a cycle on a path, okay? He doesn't trigger much, okay? He might have a hip fracture, but he gets taken to a local trauma unit where things start to unravel, and then you realize that he's bradycardic and he's now hypotensive, which he wasn't before, but he doesn't go tachycardic because he's beta blocked, okay? And then somebody looks at the monitor and says, he's in atrial fibrillation, isn't he? Okay, which blood thinner is this guy on? Okay, and now you're getting into trouble. Okay, at which point you realize actually he's bleeding from his pelvis. We're in the wrong center. We don't have IR here. We need to transfer this guy, and it all just unravels. Mr. P is the challenge. I'm not saying it's a bad challenge, but this is the challenge of where we're going with trauma. This is what's going to keep us busy over the next decades. Okay, challenge, challenge, challenge. Challenge ourselves. Challenge the dogma. Okay, and we've heard that a few times. And again, I just want to use a few minutes to remind you, a lot of what we do in trauma, a lot of what we do in medicine, is just a pure ritual, okay? How accurate is it to go up to a patient and go, let's have a... It is appallingly bad, okay? So what I'm saying is we have all of this stuff that's built up for decades, if not centuries, that surrounds us, and it's pure ritual. If you get a chance and you're bored, go and look for this book. And what it does, it tells you, it goes through all of those things you might do, like percussion, like asking the question, do you have pain? Like, do you have pain in your neck? What are the chances of having a neck fracture? It's a brilliant book that just really rationalizes what you do, and really, again, challenges your behavior to say, carrying on with systems that we've done for years, a la neck collars, all that sort of stuff, we need to keep challenging. So, let's challenge a few very quickly. Okay, the golden hour doesn't exist. Okay, there's one out the window already. Okay, every pneumothorax that you ventilate will become a tension. Doesn't exist. Okay, we have plenty of people on ventilators who don't develop that. Okay, we've already heard brilliantly eloquent discussion around neck control. We know in the end, let's be honest with it, it killed more people than it saved. That's the reality. Okay, that's gone. So within all this, I want to be a bit careful. We talked a bit about training, okay? And I want to mention ATLS, okay? But I'm going to give a like caveat here. I'm not here to praise or to bury ATLS, okay? I'm not to bury it, okay? ATLS has done some incredible stuff over the years, okay? You know how it developed. And the figures are staggering. Anybody got any idea how many people have been through an ATLS course in the world? You're into 7 figures, okay? It's probably up to 1 million people, okay? Has ATLS improved survival? Oh. I'm not knocking it. I'm not now saying we should not be doing ATLS. We absolutely should be doing ATLS, okay? But it is evidence. And in fact, actually, I can update this and say there has been a paper in the last month saying introducing ATLS principles into a resource-poor nation has actually improved survival. So it's not a total no-go, but there is no solid evidence, okay? But we heard it yesterday, and this morning. Sometimes evidence is a feeling. Certainty is a feeling, it's just not a fact. Because we know systems are much better, okay? We know it promotes teamwork, teaches skills, economy of effort, teaches us how to work together as a group. We know all of that, okay? I'm just going to throw on there because ATLS, and I heard we were talking about doing local ATLSs, local courses, and I think that's the future as well. I think we should be saying we do not need badges for this, okay? We know our own system, we know how it works, we know what's the peculiarities, okay? And I think we need, personal view, I think we need to move away a little bit from badge culture and just say, actually, we know how to do this and how to train this, okay? The future, 5 minutes, and then everyone can leave here, okay? What's going on? What are going to be the pressures? What's going to drive trauma? What's going to change our world? And I began by saying, I'm not talking about change our world in the next 10, 15 years. I'm talking the next few years, okay? We're going to use more and more of Joe Public, okay? We already give them skills, okay? We're going to train and actually realize that a lot of the stuff that happens before we ever even get there. And actually, we're going to have to start relying and say, we need to educate the public and say, this is how. So bleeding is a big one in the UK for penetrating trauma. This is teaching people to take responsibility, okay? Big one is going to be how we all work. And what we're going to witness the next few days here in competition is how you work as a team. But that just needs, there are so many avenues here that could just be opened up to improve what we do. If you haven't read it and you're not aware of it, look at the work of Cliff Reed around this, okay? The 0-point survey. This is about what you do in those few minutes before a patient arrives. How do you maximize your team? How do you maximize your own ability to deal with what's going on, okay? And I absolutely love this, and certainly just go online and read a bit of Cliff stuff. So Cliff does a lot on this, and this is my favorite that is out there. Have you ever seen this one? But this just talks about crew resource, okay? So Cliff's on a lot about immersive work, and loss of situational awareness, okay? So he's done this a few times where the team are obviously doing it, and then he stops and he asks the team, he says, okay, what animal did you see? Okay, and nobody saw the T-Rex walking around the background, okay? That's the reality, okay? So a lot of working in teams and understanding not just how the team works, but also understanding how we work. I'm a great proponent at the moment to say you need to get to know yourself. What triggers you? What makes you what you are, okay? And for example, I'm very aware of certain things. So I quite often walk away from patients having started the process because I need to give it time because I'm hyped up EM physician. He's like, hasn't got better yet. It's like, it's 2 seconds, Jim. Okay, give him a bit longer. So I know how I operate in that world, okay? AI, and I know we banned this around, but I'm going to give you, actually some of this stuff is out there already. You know, it is not even waiting to happen, okay? Towards an AI tech world, you as initial responders all the way through the system, it's going to help you work out who's got the best chance of survival, which ones, you know, are dispatched to quicker, okay? The whole ability to telemedicine, to integrate, to work on an island when there's somebody else nearby. But I think one of the big ones that's going to change how you practice within the next 5 years is going to be diagnostics at the scene. Again, I know I put my hand up, I'm a bit of an ultrasound zealot, but diagnostics at the scene is going to be really big. We're all here, and there was a brilliant demonstration earlier from Renault about actually this is all going to evolve as well about how do we make systems better, how do we make pedestrians safer, how do we make the road furniture better and safer, okay? The next one will probably make you laugh, But there is work around airbags, individualized airbags. Okay, this is real work going on out there. Okay, the elderly people who wear particularly padded stuff here, that the moment, you'll see this in sports people as well, but the moment they start to fall, the airbags inflate. Okay, this is real. This is about trying to prevent those 2-meter falls. Okay, you'll have heard about some of the stuff going in the UK, particularly there's a big UK trial on Roboa, balloon occlusion of the aorta for very sick patients. Okay, had to be withdrawn as a study, but it didn't mean the study was a failure. Okay, there were certain elements of the study that said actually this needs to be repeated, but in a slightly different way. And a lot of the stuff around that turned out to be just delaying. Actually, the reality was it's just difficult to do this in a patient who was clapped out. That was the reality. Okay, and one of the theories around that is actually, it's about not delaying the onward step to critical management. So it was an important study, but it will need to be redone. And you know about stuff like ECMO. This is going to be coming in trauma, okay? ECMO in trauma, taking over the patient's oxygenation and perfusion is going to become much more rapidly available. This one's a bit Heath Robinson futuristic, okay? There is work going on around rapid freezing. Okay, and it's worth knowing about this stuff. But this is about saying, I can't fix this patient at the roadside, okay? But what I can do is take their temperature down to 10 degrees, 12 degrees, okay? And it gives them an extra 3 hours, 2-3 hours to actually fix what's wrong. That is coming, okay? It's on the look and it's being researched into. But I think, and I know I'm going to go off on a little tangent here from trauma, stuff like Roboa is going to manage or change how you manage cardiac arrest, okay? There's already some good studies on about it's actually quicker. In cardiac arrested patients, not from trauma, they can do it much quicker. And actually, it's showing signs. Initial studies saying you're getting better coronary perfusion by floating a balloon up, okay? Back to individual patients. Again, I know it's not trauma, but there's some interesting work going around what we do during CPR. And what we do is not what we think we do, okay? Something like 50% of patients, you think you're pressing on the left ventricle, but you're just pressing the aorta and including outflow, okay? And that's why some patients just never get an output again, okay? Because you're not doing it, okay? And CT studies will show you that. CT studies, while they're not sick, shows exactly where your hand position is meant to be, and it's not where you think it is a lot of the time, okay? So there's going to be very individualized care, which includes, again, back to AI, okay? It's already out there, the AI kit, that basically says, you know what, are you not very good at echoes? Let me tell you what you're looking at. Okay? Not even that, it will steer the beam. It will say, do you know what, we want to look at this valve, why don't we steer the beam for you? They're actually what's coming, diagnostics, ability at the roadside to change the management of patient is hands-free ultrasound. This is stuff, and this is some revolutionary stuff going in Sweden, where you just slap it on the neck, okay? And it will give you a constant readout of what you're doing in terms of blood pressure, in terms of cardiac output. This is what's happening, okay? And this is what's going to be happening at the roadside very rapidly in the next few years. So, I finished on that. It was a little bit of where we come from, where we're going, what pressures we face. But I just want to keep reinforcing the message. This is a really golden time. Okay, we really should be very optimistic and proud. Okay, and we need to continue this challenge the dogma that's just grown up, but also continued collaboration like we are here today, having no barriers, there's no walls between what should take a very traumatized patient from roadside to recovery. There should be no barriers and no walls. They're of our making, not of the patient's making. So I'm going to leave it at that, and hopefully I've inspired you, but I'm going to be around for questions. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. So now we have a space for questions. Is anyone from the audience that wants to ask a question? No, I have like 32 if you want to wait. Okay, first of all, I think that the most important thing that we built here together was the connections about trauma, about this way that I'm a young doctor, but an old firefighter and an old nurse. So it's for me important to see that no one is giving up about this problem. So first of all, I would like to ask Rob about. We speak about re-education to try to explain that all the things that someone told us before. Now there is a different thing. How we should do this. how we go to some places in Portugal that we don't have some education on the firefighters or in the paramedics. How we say them, how we teach them that now it's a different way of doing. Do you know how was the best way to do it?
No, is the short answer. So I think it's a very complex question because it's a very ingrained mindset, this idea of spines, keep patients still, that's the right thing to do. It's been there for generations. And unfortunately, to unpick that requires you to have feedback loops that work. We started this project and thought we'd got the right connections in the UK. It turns out there are more barriers than we thought there would be, which is how we are now trying to engage with the wider community with the Impact Centre rather than just with Exit. And I think once those good research and collaborative networks develop, I think we will then be able to share areas of best practice. So when we've done something that has been successful in the UK, or if something happens in Portugal that is very successful that we can bring back to the UK, if we have these conversations that can happen easily and we can demonstrate it through, I mean, organisations like, World Rescue Organisation, all of these places, there is such an opportunity here, I think, is a thing. But in summary, it is very challenging because slaying dogma is a very difficult thing to do. Yeah. For example, when I go to a UK conference, I generally have 70 or 80% of the audience that will have heard of Exit. You come here, there is 5%. I'm trying to push it on social media, but that's not enough. It will get people interested, but it won't influence necessarily the policymakers. So collaboration is the key, I think.
Thank you very much. And I need to ask Dr. Jim, how can EUSAM help this? How EUSAM can help making Portugal speak more with UK and UK speak more with Portugal and Italy and other countries? And how can we provide to these new firefighters, new nurses, new paramedics, new doctors, all the science that is coming now? So I start listening that we should not move the patients 25 years ago or 20 years ago. And now, 1 year ago, I start to listen, okay, you can move it, just bring it out the car, drink some beer, let's go to the hospital, let's be buddies. And so how can EUSAM help us speak with all these people? EUSAM.
I think the thing is, what Rob was saying, it's about having discussions and actually setting out. So there is a European training requirement in emergency medicine. That doesn't cover the whole breadth. But it's about discussing with each other and actually starting to say, actually what we're doing is not massively different. It's just what you're saying, there's an inequality in education ability or availability of education. So I think a real step is to say we need to equalize that opportunity across Europe because there's a massive difference. There's a massive difference in funding of education. So I think that's step one. I think step two then is guidelines that are driven by the front door. I think one of the problems with a lot of guidelines, not the ones we talked about earlier, are that they're produced by other societies. So, a specialist society will say, we think that this is what you guys should be doing. We need to push back and say, no, we know what the greater mixture of patients we have in the system, not just in the ED, but in the whole system. We know how best to manage the majority of them as best we can. So I think they're going to be the real drivers for quality. But actually, I think it's just remaining positive. I think still it is a specialty that really came out of COVID looking very positive. Life's difficult, we know that, and actually the job is not so easy anymore, and there are challenges, but that doesn't mean it isn't a brilliant job, and it doesn't mean that actually our stock has risen dramatically in terms of what we do and who we are as providers of emergency care, from the front door, first patient meeting, all the way through the system. I think it's respected, that's what we do. So really, I think it's about equalising our education, and then probably setting standards that are equitable across Europe. It's fascinating in Europe that as doctors, a doctor is a doctor is a doctor. That's fine. Okay? But the moment you get into specialization, there's only, as far as I know, one specialization that allows total crossover between Europe, and that's cardiothoracics or cardiothoracic anesthesia. It's one of those two. But the rest of them, there's the moment you start a specialty program, you're stuck in the country that you're stuck in, which is totally against anything the EU ever planned for. So I think a real push over the next few years and decade is going to be to say, we need to make sure that a Portuguese-trained EM physician is exactly the same as a Greek-trained, as a Romanian-trained, as a Swedish-trained, as a UK-trained. Now, that's not without its problems, because then you start getting freedom of movement, which may not be good, in that people may say, do you know, actually it's quite difficult working in this environment, we're going to move. So it swings and roundabouts, but I think it is about the next step, certainly from a USAM point of view, is that's the biggest driver next. So we need to standardize, we need to make an EM physician wherever they are.
And also, I hope that there's this new specialty in Portugal for emerging have a paper and the role in education of the parents, because sometimes in mainland we have hospitals really far away from the firefighter houses, and we need to bring these doctors and these nurses back to the firefighters, because they are for sure the first one to start on the scene, okay? They are the people that will decide the outcome of that patient, okay? I can go there faster, I can help something, but mainly of the cases, they are making the difference. And in this role, I would ask the João a question, because I see that you show us that we have a problem in getting our patients warm in the streets, okay? But we are in a sunny country. Everyone's come here to go to the beach and have some beer. So why this is not happen? Because you find that this is a problem, but why this isn't happened?
Okay. First of all, I said we need to warm patients. And then Jim says we are going to cool down the patients. So he's the president of OSEM. So I'm going to
He decide.
Okay, but why we don't do... I will come back again to say that two things. First, for any advanced technique that we learn, we forgot the basic ones. So in our new protocols, now speaking about the nurses, the first thing, almost the first thing, is to keep your patient warm. And it's easier to keep a shock patient warm than when he's in hypothermia to get him warm. And the evidence shows that they die more, except the ones that... And the second thing, it's I showed the numbers, and the numbers are getting better, but they are bad. But I think we still have a problem with the registry. I don't believe that only that percentage of patients are getting warmed. I believe that we have many patients that aren't getting warmed or aren't getting controlled, but I think we have a problem. But we cannot work I cannot work with the things that I imagine. I have to work with the things that I can measure.
Data, yeah.
And if when I see a number that says that only 12% gets a pelvic binder, then I need to train people to say, no, we cannot put only pelvic binder in around 10% of the patients that have a blood pressure under 90, for example. Because the last data is in the first one, we went by mechanism of injury. So we considered all the patients, even those the one that didn't have clinical criteria. But the last numbers we only looked at the patients that have systolic blood pressure under 90. Okay. And that number cannot be real, but we must to change that number, we must focus on audit, we must focus on education, and again, saying the same things. We need to focus on the things that matter, and keeping a patient warm, putting a pelvic binder, don't spending too much time, and don't losing time, because we lose time on scene. Sure. I didn't show the numbers of the time, but we are around 25 minutes, more or less 23 minutes on scene. it's too much, because there are patients that are really trapped, and we need the fire department to do not extraction, I want to say the cutting, but there are other patients, the one who was hit by a bicycle, the one who fell from a stairs, no, they don't need 20 minutes on scene. Most of the things, and the things that matters, that the evidence says that matters, I do it in 10 minutes.
Maybe going to the hospital, right? Driving to the hospital.
Yeah, but driving to the hospital we cannot control.
Yeah.
But the time on scene we can control. So we must focus on the things that matters. And we are trying to emphasize, thank you, I'm sorry, to emphasize that, to saying, okay, do the things that matters. Okay. But
all of
I
us,
don't have magic answers.
all of us learn about the golden hour, and after that we learn about the golden period. And in my hometown we have the golden week. So we have 1 week to take the patient to the hospital. Luis, last question for you. About this timing thing, and when we look at the map that you show us, do you know how much time did your trauma patients take to the hospital, and it's the right hospital for them? Is the right patient in the right hospital? Because you have a problem here, different beside our in mainland. We take a lot of time to get on at the patient, but we know that you can follow a road without wind, without other pressure, without need air force. But we know that over 1 hour we are in hospital. How you do it here?
First of all, I have to give a word for our colleagues that work in those small islands with very few resources, because actually it's staggering to be with them in the phone, trying to give them some indication of treating the patient. Tranexamic acid, pelvic binding, that's always us through the phone. Have you done it? You should do that. Have the patient has some, there's some blood, type blood in the islands. They can give blood, but sometimes, okay, I'm going to give you blood. No, wait. First, let us see do some gas measurement to see the hemoglobin. And the last time they wanted to give blood, but the patient was still 12 and hemoglobin just because it was hypotense. So it's a big stress for us sometimes to handle those patients, especially because of this, because we know that we cannot reach them with the ALS team in less than 1 hour and a half, 2 hours. And afterwards, there's this dilemma that, okay, I have this guy who might have a abdominal injury and a brain injury. Should I take him to the nearest hospital where there's some general surgeons, or should I take him to the farthest hospital with like 1 hour increase in flight time, and take him to the hospital that's only neurosurgery in San Miguel Island? The CAT lab is in San Miguel Island. We don't have thoracic surgery in the Azores, so any thoracic surgery must be flown to the mainland. So it's quite difficult to decide. That's why I made some emphasis in the CT scans in the small islands, because that it's some years ago, which would be seen as a huge unnecessary investment. Okay, now if you got echo, you should try to teach everybody to do some echo and forget the CT scan. The problem is that echo is user dependent, so if not trained enough, they won't give us any results, and the CT scan can be read in China. So having CT scans in all of the islands will be, and taking to the mainland, and in places where you cannot reach a CT scan in less than 1 hour, will be a great improvement. And it doesn't have to have 128 slices. It can be like 16 slices, because you just want to know if it's bleeding or not. It's bleeding. And last time I saw it, it's the same price as a conventional X-ray, digital conventional X-ray. So CT scan will be a huge improvement in the treatment in these islands.
The future. Thank you very much. So thank you all for to come here and to be able to speak with us and to help us grow. Was really, really, really a pleasure to be here with you. Thank you very much.
So, sorry, I'd like to take this opportunity to call Hugo Ferrer to the stage to give to thank the speakers and the moderator. Yeah. So, oh, sorry. Can you? You need to take a jump. My mom doesn't believe that I'm here. So, before we close the session, I'd like to call all those who have contributed for the second international seminar to the stage. Scientific committee and organizing committee, please. Can you stand to the stage? Ferrer? Neves, come to the stage, please. What's happening? Let's go. Run. Jump from. Oh no, it's more than 2 meters. Don't jump, please. Luis, no, President, you must come here. No, definitely. So, as they take to the stage, let me say that all these members of NSD have been and are doing this for free. So, and more than this sense of altruism, what drives us is being able to help and make a difference and providing a better help. So, I will ask a round of applause for the team. So, we conclude the second International Seminar of Trauma and Extrication of NSD. So let the World Rescue Challenge begin. Thank you very much. Eu tinha que correr. E eu disse, anda.
da webcam. É importantíssimo agora. E quando a Cristina quiser dar o webcam.
Não tens hipótese.
60 horas.
Está tudo